chased you away. I guess I misunderstood the depth of the will that it takes. What is it they say? You have to hit rock bottom before you learn to be okay. Are you back to your old ways? Back to your old ways? Chased you away. I guess I misunderstood the depth of the will that it takes. What is it they say? You have to hit rock bottom before you learn to be okay. Are you back to your old ways? Losing faith in everything, refusing to make a change. Like it matters anyway, doesn't matter anyway. Didn't feel like anything, just let me go for good. I guess it feels like nothing at all. Retrace the steps to find your way.
to heed what don't they? Do what they say what you mean. One thing leads to another. There's always something wrong. No, I listen too long, but then one thing leads to another. proceeds to be fine. Be still, my heart. Carry on. I won't let it get me down. Be still, my heart. Carry on. I won't let it get me down. Carried your weight. You were waiting around, relentlessly always down. Oh. Share with me.
Good morning. Got to tap the mic again. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, 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 hi. It's good to have you guys. How are you doing today? I'm just drinking my smoothie. I had to go this route because didn't have time yesterday to do grocery shopping. Your food's here. So, didn't have milk for my protein shake. You know, so I've been doing for breakfast in order to help me lose weight. Because I've been packing on the pounds a little bit lately. It's been difficult. But yeah, you totally should, Jaru. I'm playing through right now, and I'm like, I don't know if halfway is the word. I'm not like crazy deep into two at the moment, but you know, just last night did the Horizons mission. Protein shake is good in the morning. It's also good for the brain. Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm hoping so. I got one with like extra caffeine too. The thing that really annoyed me this morning is I don't like tropical smoothie nearly as much as Smoothie King, and also Smoothie King is cheaper. Like their options are much better and theirs taste way better. Like, why is it that I have to pay extra for protein in tropical smoothie? Like, fuck that. But I couldn't get fucking Smoothie King because something was going on with their stuff. So not the order wouldn't go through on DoorDash. So that kind of that annoys the hell out of me. But really, I need to get more. I need to get more the type of milk I use. We just need to go grocery shopping. That's really what we need to do. But it's good to have you guys. Jaru, good to see you. Lurkers, good to have you. The regulars will be piling in, I know, any second now. I'm always waiting for them. Oh my god. And then we'll get started in just a few minutes. So man, I fucked up yesterday. Like I forgot to set an alarm to get up. And yesterday, for people who don't know, that's the that's the day that I have my classes. So so I had a final exam for one of my classes and a midterm exam for the other. So one of my classes is done, which is good. I think that class went better, but um yeah, I studied really well for my dosages and solutions class the night before really well, and then I was like, okay, it's really late, and I need to get a good amount of rest, otherwise I'm going to fucking fail for those reasons on my tests. So I went to bed and I was like, okay, I'll wake up early enough to study really well, while taking care of Eli. You know, I'll just have to deal with him interrupting me all the time. But I was like, I could do that. I can do that. Lay him down for his nap and continue. You know, that was the plan. And then I woke up at 10:15 and did not have any time to study because I had to get Eli up. I had to get him ready. I had to get mine and his breakfast. I had to eat all that. Hey, Disco Mom. Good to see you. So, my pharmacology test did not go well. And oh my god. I was upset about it yesterday. I'm learning to deal with it today. Like I have to use borrow a Chromebook from my school in order to take tests that are on the computer because I bring my laptop, but my laptop is so old and fucked that it's pretty much unusable, especially for things like that. I don't trust it to handle something like that because first of all, the battery doesn't work in it, so you have to leave it connected into the wall. So I just have this cord going across the stairs in this big conference room, which I feel terrible about. Like people are really cool about it. They don't ever ask anything about it because I think they understand that like my shit's broken, and the reason why I think they get it is because the keyboard doesn't work on it either. So I had to bring another keyboard and have it plugged in. And then a mouse. So feels like I get hit by a convoy of trucks. People aren't feeling well today. I'm not feeling the best either. Like I'm very sniffly. But, you know, I'm getting through it. So yeah, I had to borrow the Chromebooks. I finished it, took a look at my score, almost cried, turned in my my book. Like it's the worst that I've done in that class from the beginning. Like I usually do pretty well in that class. I was carrying like a 92 before this. Just like dropped down to 79. So I got a 68 out of 100, and that was frustrating because I didn't have time to study, and I didn't study. Too much stuff went on last week to have time to study. Some care had to be taken regarding my family. It sucks. It sucks, but I turned in my Chromebook, and I'm just like, can I get a do-over? And she said no. She's like, just do all the extra credit stuff. You should be fine. Just do all the extra credit stuff and do better in the future. And I was just like, oh. Okay. Yeah. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, your grade dropped to 79. That's still a B. Yeah, I'm going into a highly competitive... I'm applying for a highly competitive nursing program. They say you don't need a 4.0 in order to apply, and I'm at like 3.92. But like, so like, getting less than a 4.0 in a class is like failure. Like if I was in the nursing program, right now, everything is pass fail 80%. So I would be failing my class right now if it was in the nursing program instead of just pre-nursing. Lee, good to see you. So yeah, it was really fucking frustrating, but you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna figure out how to do everything a lot better, do the extra credit. Like before I was like, oh, I'm doing so good in this class, I don't need to do the extra credit. Like, they have you do, like, drug cards, which are annoying, but, whatever. But, like, I'm going to start doing those. And I was like, oh, can I do the old drug cards from previous weeks and get credit for those? And she's like, no. Okay. I also slightly perturbed that she because it's the same teacher for both these classes, right? She added like 5 extra credit questions on my dosages final, and no extra credit on my pharma midterm. Well, help people out. Help people out. That's all I'm saying. But it is what it is. We'll get there. We'll get there. I need to keep what is this? Sorry, somebody replied to me and I don't understand that. Sorry, somebody sent me a funny reply to something I posted. Lack of consistency seems like a good teacher. I have some issues with the way she teaches. But like, I can't call her a bad teacher. She does try to give you a lot of chances. It's just in this instance she didn't really give anything. But it is what it is. My issues more so come from like how she teaches and how it doesn't quite like help me out. Good to see you, Captain Vlog. Still need to find the time to work on that song, by the way. Because like, I know like getting that shit out there is important. Shit, like I'm just it's been difficult. A lot of stuff going around in this house. See what RWers sent us. But thank you for the compliment on the shirt.
Here she comes with her husband, Liz Truss, her husband alongside her. Let's listen in.
Can I hear?
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
So Liz Truss was an alien all along? Wow. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Oh well. Yes, Liz Truss is truly the Poochie of British prime ministers. What's on the docket today? Could be a music stream. No, it's not a music stream. Not a music stream. First, I gotta get to something important. No memes to start off because we got a lot of shit, got a lot of tabs, and limited time. Eli's at the babysitter again. Glam is home, but she needed a break. Therapy's intense. But so you may have seen right-wingers spreading the news that the CDC is adding the COVID vaccine to the regular rounds of required vaccinations in order to go to school. Guess what? At the moment, it's not true. It's not true. So they're losing their minds right now. This is their new clarion call to get their fucking voters to show up. You know, to the election that's rigged against them anyways by all the voter fraud that they can't prove exists, but they know what happened. They just can't prove it. But it happened. Somehow. If you think about it, the voter fraud is in your mind. And isn't that enough? Isn't that enough to overturn the 2020 election? But of course, Tucker Carlson comes on here with this absolute bullshit. Now, first of all, let me address one thing. Do I think that it should be a required vaccine in order to go to school? Believe it or not, no. Believe it or not, no. Essentially, what the COVID vaccine is going to be long term is comparable to the flu vaccine. Something that should be encouraged, but isn't necessary for school. Now, work during this time period, getting the initial vaccinations, absolutely. Come into contact with a lot more people. I thought you were calling somebody. I got nervous. I was like, oh god, they're going to hear my stream.
What?
I thought you were calling somebody.
No, just watching TikToks.
Oh, okay.
I'm going upstairs.
That's alright. I just heard the dial tone and I was like, what the fuck? You know, like, uh-oh. Do I have to, you know, keep my language nicer? The fun of being a left-wing streamer on Twitch in a sea of liberals and, you know, normal people. Oh, man. Anyways. So, yeah. Sad to say, this is all bullshit. Let's get into what actually happened. Tuesday morning, Fox News contributor claimed on Twitter that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention was set to mandate that school children get coronavirus vaccines. By Tuesday evening, the claim was being repeated by the nation's most popular cable news show and had been amplified to millions more on social media. The CDC is about to add the COVID vaccine to the childhood immunization schedule, which would make the vax mandatory for kids to attend school, host Tucker Carlson tweeted, sharing a segment from a show that has been viewed more than 1.5 million times online. But the claim was wrong. The CDC cannot mandate that school children receive vaccines, a decision left up to states and jurisdictions, the agency and multiple public health officials said. The initial tweet by Nicole Saphier, a radiologist at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, also misconstrued a planned meeting of CDC advisors who voted Wednesday to add coronavirus vaccines to the federal Vaccines for Children, a safety net program that offers the shots at no cost. You see, it's socialism. That's just as dangerous. Yeah. Okay, Grandpa. Okay. Take your meds, sit down, take a breather, maybe take a nap. A separate meeting set for Thursday would address the agency's immunization schedule for children. Public health experts said there is a legitimate debate over whether school children should be required to be vaccinated against the coronavirus, but the incendiary and erroneous claim by the Fox News personalities is the latest example of how critics can twist the facts about the CDC and the coronavirus, potentially contributing to lower vaccination rates, fading trust in federal health officials, and other consequences for public health. In other words, they lied. What a shock. All the people who are known to lie about shit absolutely lied about this thing that wasn't true. Cool. I'm so glad that there was mass hysteria from these people that boiled down to not understanding the difference between providing something at no cost and making it mandatory for school children. And the power of the CDC to actually fucking do that. So, if you're scared that the scary vax that, you know, to date still has not killed anybody, was going to be forced on your children, worry not, for it is a hoax. Just like a lot of the things regarding COVID are a hoax, except for the actual virus, its effects, the amount of deaths, and all the stuff that you guys claim is a hoax. Fucked up, I know. But, you know, whatever, I guess. Ah, geez, you can't let a little thing like the reality get in the way of your anger and outrage. Anyways, speaking of fucked up things that are based on not reality, if you're new to the stream, you know that I have long been a proponent of pushing the idea that Tim Pool is not as dumb as he seems. In fact, he is crypto-fash as hell, but he hides it behind a veneer of being fucking stupid and wearing a dumb fucking beanie all the time to hide the fact that he has male pattern baldness. Just like you know I'm correct about Matt Walsh dyeing his beard in order to make it look better on camera because, God forbid, he recognizes that he is a mid to late 30s man who grays early and comes to terms with his own mortality. I'm correct on Tim Pool. Oh, wait, this isn't... Fuck. Where did I put the Tim Pool thing? Here it is. Here's the Tim Pool thing. I fucked up. Tim Pool tweeted this out yesterday, and I'm just like, guys, more evidence. It's more. I can't remember what it was the last time I had proof that Tim was crypto-fash, but it definitely had all of you realizing the facts. And if this doesn't seal it for you, didn't know Tim Pool was an anti-natalist. Yeah. And if you're just listening, let me go ahead and read this. Even if it were true that vaccines were killing people, they aren't. It would be a good thing because there's too many people already. What's your solution for that, Tim? Would you call it a final solution? There's too many people in the world, huh? Where have I heard that before? Tim? Yeah. This is just further proof that it does not take much to get right-wingers to basically say some unbelievably fascist shit. Some unbelievably eugenic bullshit. And not recognize, hey, we're not calling you Nazis because you disagree with us. It's the Nazi shit that you say and believe. That is why we call you Nazis and fascists. It's because you say things that sound like Hitler, but you simultaneously then go, oh, but I'm not Hitler because I'm not in 1940 Germany. I just would have supported him at the time. Yeah, they never admit that one. Except for Candace Owens. Well, we'll get to her. We'll get to dear Candace Owens. Remember, Hitler's nationalism wasn't a problem. What was a problem was he tried to extend it outside of Germany. That is literally what she said. Anyways, whatever solution it is probably the last solution, a final one, if you will. Yeah, seriously. We got too many people over here. Let's murder them by facilitating distribution of a vaccine that kills them. Great idea. Yeah, not to mention the fact that it literally doesn't. Yeah. We call you fascist not because you disagree with us. We call you fascist because of all the fast shit you say. Like, this isn't hard. In that same vein, today in transphobia, I just wanted to play this because I want people to understand that Jordan Peterson is not smart, and he never has been. He is the perfect example of what a dumb person thinks a smart person sounds like. Let's try and make sense of this, okay? Because even Lauren Chen pointed out how stupid this is.
Well, the question, did that happen, begs the question, what do you mean by happen? Because when you are dealing with fundamental realities and you pose a question, you have to understand that the reality of the concepts of your question, when you're digging that deep, are just as questionable as what you're questioning. You know, so people say to me, do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And you say as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean except belief in God. And I think, no, if we're going to get down to the fundamental brass tacks, we don't really know what any of those things mean. Well, the question.
This is a man fighting really hard to not lose his atheist base, who are starting to recognize that a lot of the things he's saying are just, you know, Christian conservatism. He's not a right-winger, he's centrist. He just wants to make sure that everyone believes in God, that women stay home and get pregnant, that trans people shouldn't exist. He has an atheist base. Oh, yeah. I remember working with somebody who was a big Jordan Peterson fan, and when I told him that he just pushes Christian conservatism and, you know, pointed out that he uses the Bible as a fundamental for all of the things that he teaches, it's like, no, he's not. He absolutely is not. He's never said that he was a Christian. I was like, no, he just talks like a Christian, believes the Bible is a good book to read, believes the stories in the Bible, believes that you should live by the Bible. And he got mad at me. But, you know, okay, whatever. Fuck me, I guess. He literally just spews that shit constantly, like how, yeah. I mean, a lot of his old fans. By the way, hi, Devil. Good to see you. And also, hi, Rai. Like, a lot of his fans, let me put it this way. They're willing to make a lot of excuses for him, but a lot of his fans have started to turn on him because he's getting more and more undeniably toward a certain side. It's all clear now, super atheist, yeah. In the same way that a super straight isn't Nazis, you know. The fact he uses Christian themes to make a point, or Christian mythology as the least is the least problematic about him. Oh yeah, 100%. But it's just really funny to watch them like twist themselves into pretzels, trying to deny the fact that he's, you know, literally just a, you know, he's Christian. Let it go. Let it go. Gotta try real hard not to think he's not shoving Christian doctrine. Oh yeah. Yeah, you have to delude yourself extra hard. And he's done it from the beginning too. He's done it from the beginning. But like this by the way, the guy who hired him as a professor eventually regretted it and basically admitted that he didn't know what he was talking about and regularly spoke about this as truce with absolutely no evidence. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you've ever watched... I watched the entirety of the 3-hour video from Some More News on Jordan Peterson. And, yeah. He gets into how, like, one of his colleagues said that, you know, on the facts and as teaching, like, factual events to people, to students, he's terrible at it. It's like, he would just say things that are completely untrue. And he's like, but he speaks like a preacher. Therefore, that's why he has so many deluded followers. Jordan Peterson should be trialed at The Hague for the crimes against the thesaurus. I mean, there's worse offenders. There's always the guy who wrote fucking Ready Player One. Stephanie Myers. Well, I go back and forth on Stephanie Myers. Watch the old Lindsay Ellis video. Who is the one that wrote 50 Shades of Grey? Terrible writer. Terrible. Lord, good to see you. Because I was the guy who ran the fucking country. That dude does not use a thesaurus, to be fair. He's really got like a few keywords that he uses for everything. Years ago, I had a conversation with this dipshit Marine in front of his idiot friends. He was voicing vapid nonsense that, similarly to Peterson, meant absolutely nothing. His fucking buddies mentioned to me afterward that this kid was so smart and that I got wrecked. Years later, the kid thanks me on Facebook out of the blue for getting him in a pipeline away from the people like Peterson. Fucker's a socialist now. Weird how that happens. Weird how that happens. Gotta guess he got out in the real world. Kept his room clean. Tried to get a job. Realized he still didn't have any money. Was working hard. Was working really damn hard. Was seeing it get him nowhere and was like, wait a minute. Met a girl that he really liked. Drove her away by following Peterson's nonsense. And then went, wait a minute. All this is bullshit. Last I knew, he's a Bosch fan, but fuck progress, I guess. Baby steps. Baby steps. I'm happy I was too old to be groomed by these idiots. He mostly appeals a lot of late teens by the time he was getting popular. I was way too old for that shit bullshit. Yeah, same. You know, I had, you know, we had our own weird radicalizing bullshit that was like made us edgy. But like it wasn't this. It wasn't this shit. Like I understand appealing to edgy teen shit. But like how is this a thing? Listening to his speeches is like monotony in sound form. Used to be into Sam Harris till I noticed he's a bit too chauvinistic for my taste. Well, I mean, there's also the fact that he doesn't understand history and how radicalization happens. But he sure as hell had a lot to say about radicalization of Islam, didn't he? Defense of torture. It's okay to bomb civilian targets because the U.S. is morally superior. Yeah. That shit, man. If that didn't give the game away. Anyways, I said it today in Transphobia. Yeah, let's go ahead and get into Tulsi Gabbard too. Of the same ilk, some people who portrayed themselves as something, even though they obviously were not what they said they were, in order to appeal to a wider group of people, and nobody listened to the people who pointed out the fact that they weren't at all what they said they were in any way, shape, or anything. And then winds up finally landing in a spot where they were exactly who we said they were all along, because they could no longer deny it. Not just bomb civilian targets, commit a genocidal nuclear holocaust against the Middle East for the vague idea that they might threaten us. Yeah. She had this to say today. Under the guise of gender affirmation, our kids are being put at risk by those pushing harmful, irreversible surgeries. We must protect our children. Tomorrow I'll be speaking in Nashville at the Rally to End Child Mutilation with Matt Walsh. Man, give it 10, 20 years, and these people are going to be in the textbooks and look the same way as your racist grandma does. Gender reassignment surgery is illegal for any person under 18 years of age. I think it depends on the state, but it's 16 to 18. It's either 16 in some states and 18 in others. But yes, there is no children getting gender affirmation surgeries. Like this is the weirdest shit. Sweet. So she's speaking out against circumcision? Nope. Of course not. The reason I wanted to call attention to this is one of the things that a lot of lefties who supported Tulsi would throw at me when I would bring up her past against, queer people, which included her making up a story about being accosted by lesbians in a bush. Never forget that. Well, Mark, that's literally genital mutilation. It is. Which is why, TMI. We didn't do that. And we're not going to. For Eli. No one is pushing these procedures. They literally see this as something to galvanize their base, and it's at the expense of a persecuted minority group. Tell me again how they're not fascist. Of course. Of course. Welcome in, little proletariat. You missed earlier when I pointed out how Tim Pool's fascist. This tweet right here is pretty difficult to deny. Anyways, so Matlack posted this at her. Tulsi Gabbard apologizes for past anti-LGBT rhetoric. You know, I'm sorry that I did stuff like that. I'll never do it again. Immediately after running for president, pushes a turf bill to ban transgender people from participating in high school sports. Immediately starts running huge anti-trans campaigns. Immediately leaves the Democratic Party, and for the reasons of we're too radical because, quote, we don't know what a woman is. Her words, not mine. But yeah, I'm so glad that we threw that lefties threw so much support behind her, because she was against regime change wars. Meaning, unless you were using drone strikes, then whatever, man, whatever. I want gender affirming surgery, but I have yet to find a surgeon that would get me a bigger dick that is covered in the healthcare system. I mean, people do say I'm a huge dick, so, you know, gotta get it to match. Look at me over here acting like I don't already have that. Anyways, ba-dum-bump. More transphobia. Hey, look, it's Matt Walsh. You know, I talked about how Crowder was trying to get ahead of the John Oliver story. By the way, I watched it on my own. Not bad. Not bad. He did a pretty good job. You know, he could have gone harder, but not bad. I think it was pretty good for like a starting place for anyone who's on the fence about it. But yeah, and I like how he humanized some of the kids, and he needed to be more upfront in who he was attacking and get into the stuff about the, you know, what is a woman shit. She's making rounds appearing with Hannity, Walsh, the Arizona gubernatorial candidate, MAGA believers. She's wasting no time. Of course. It's only the most obvious path predicted for her. Like, everyone predicted this was exactly what she was going to do. Her left-wing bona fides was literally endorsing Bernie and nothing else. Nothing else. But she supported Medicare for all. Yeah, a Medicare for all plan that was to the right of Biden's. Just because she uses a name doesn't mean she's actually supporting the actual policy known as Medicare for all. So, yeah. She had that anti-war stance that was fake. Yeah, she supported drone strikes. Anyways, here's Matt Walsh trying to get ahead of John Oliver's story and coming off like an absolute cretin. Even if she's supposedly an ex-Dem, why the fuck would she go straight to Matt Walsh? It's who she's always been. It's who she's always been. It's not like she took some turn. She pretended to be left-wing, had no policies to back it up, took some of the branding, endorsed Bernie in 2016 because she thought it was advantageous to her, and a bunch of absolute fucking morons believed her, even though everyone was like, hey, have you bothered to look at her voting record? You guys say that, like, there's a lot of centrist Dems who are absolute shills for big God, what did he say? Big corporations, and you're against that. But that's literally Tulsi. That's literally always been Tulsi. To the nth degree. On top of that, her bigotry. On top of that, her support of Hindu nationalism. And they were just like, nope. She's a lefty. She's to left of Bernie, they would say. Wow, that cloud carried.
Oh wow, it really did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like it was in front of my, like, it's not your fault. It's just like it was floating in front of my face. I was like, is that getting picked up on camera even? Wow, that's quite a thing. Glam's vape cloud carried really far. It was funny. Oh, it was like, whoa, like Jesus is still there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Anyways, there were suspicious red flags in 2016 when reports came out. She had connections with the right-wing Hindu nationalist groups and took money from them. The same Hindu nationalist groups that pushed Narendra Modi, who is now Prime Minister of India. Yeah. And she still supports him. Remember, she would say, Mahalo, Modi. The same people, libs, who stand Tulsi are the ones who absolutely shit on AOC for her policies. Oh yeah, and don't worry, we're gonna get into that. Don't worry. I got the dancing clip. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what's coming. Anyways, back to Matt Walsh. Here's Matt Walsh's interesting attempt. Let's see how many sources he brings up and studies, because I have been assured by people in the comments that no, he provides fact-based evidence, and it's not all just feelings.
Until she remembers something that changes her mood.
Mom says I might grow up to be the president.
Yeah? What would you change about the world if you were president?
Let trans people be free and go to the bathroom they want to go to.
Are you able to use the girls' bathroom at school?
No. And now they just put security guards up for the bathroom security or whatever. Oh, I hate that.
That is brutal. It is so dark, it's genuinely hard to watch.
Agreed, John. I mean, it is brutal and hard to watch. That is a very young boy who has been convinced by his parents that he is a girl. Not only that, but he is being paraded around on camera and used as a political prop. He has been made not only trans, but into a trans mascot. Very dark indeed. Now, how do I know that the boy is not a girl? Well, because a girl is a human female child, and that boy is a human child, but is not female. He is male. He is a boy. If you have some other alternative definition for the word girl, I'd love to hear it. In fact, nothing you say on this subject, John, no argument you present, no talking point you put forward has any meaning or any value or any significance at all if you cannot or will not define the words you're using. Now, here's something else I know about that boy, aside from the fact that he is one. The other thing I know, John, is that being a child and being confused and being raised in an environment which intentionally fosters confusion means that he has no real concept of what a girl is. That means that when he says, I am a girl, the statement doesn't mean anything. At best, he is trying to express his affinity for or interest in some of the things that he associates with girls, the color pink, long hair, dolls, whatever. None of that actually makes him a girl, John. And that's something that he needs an adult to explain to him. Unfortunately, all the adults in his life are just as confused as he is, or at least are pretending to be, just like you.
So, you provided 0 studies, referenced nothing, and only talked about your feelings without even defining your own terms based on, science. Them's were a whole bunch of feelings there, Matt. But feelings does not answer the question. For example, let's start with the fact that he's just said that she's too young to know what makes one a girl. They have no, kids have no understanding of what a girl and a boy is until they hit puberty. In Matt Walsh's eyes. Because the hair and the titties grow. You see? That's how that works. Except there's a problem with what he said. Oh, I already hate that website. By ages 2 or 3, children begin to define themselves and others by physical attributes such as hair color or eye color. They show a preference for people who are familiar and who are have characteristics similar to their own. They understand differences in skin color and can classify people by gender. Mm-hmm. Oh, but that's just something based on studies and science. You can't have that. Can't have that. No, they don't understand it. It's the parents who are forcing her to be a girl and not, her deciding. Have you ever tried to force a kid to do something? Matt Walsh has children. He should know this. If she didn't actually think that she was a girl, she would not be a girl. She wouldn't just go along with this to please her parents. There would be obvious resistance from this child. Because children don't know that they're supposed to filter themselves at all. They say exactly what's on their minds. And when you try to force a kid to do something they don't want to do, I got news for you. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to work. They're going to continue to want to do it. So I'm pretty sure she has a pretty good idea of who she is. Because the science backs it up, We tried to force Matt Walsh to look at science, so yeah, I can't force a child to do things. Yep, great point. You're going to kill me for this, but you two look like brothers. I have heard that before. I remember it was a couple years ago. I got a right-winger who called me ugly Matt Walsh. I used to play along with the idea that he was like a clone of me that went wrong. But I got bored of it. And he's getting more and more disgusting. Let's just put it this way. White dudes with beards and dark hair. White dudes just all look alike. We do. You've come to terms with your beard color, so that's nice. Yeah, of course. I've actually found that people find my salt and pepper look kind of attractive. I'm cool with that. Children are notoriously good at filtering themselves. children say exactly what's on their minds. That's why there's so many clips of those, like, the whole out of the mouth of babes thing. You ever see a kid walk up to like an elderly person and be like, "You're old." Yes, Matt Walsh dyes his beard and hair. He's dye beard. Children have little inhibitions. They develop them over time by sheer negative or positive reinforcement, aka social pressures. That creates behaviors. Yep. Who said I was attractive? People. It happens from time to time. It's nice. I have a theory that Shapiro got contact beard from Matt Walsh. God, his beard is terrible. Anyways, more clips from this. Let's go ahead and see it. Let's see if in this clip he actually cites anything factual. Anything that he can back up that isn't just based on him bitching and whining and crying that things are different now and things were better when they weren't different now.
So, I was not previously familiar with the term drag mom, though from context it seems that this is just another way of describing a professional groomer. The, quote, drag child is handed over to the drag mom to be groomed and conditioned. It seems to be essentially a sort of pedophilic, predatory farm system that the groomers have set up.
ML also knows this because and he can prove it by showing and he's totally not just backing this up by feeling, because his source on this is Them's crickets, Matt. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Drag is not about sex. You see, when gay men dress in drag, that does not mean that when they go home and have sex, they keep it on. They do not. Because gay men don't find women attractive in that way. I don't know if you realize this. And yeah, gender is not about sex, of course. But that's not how any of this works. You can ask any drag queen, do you keep that on in order to attract a mate? They would say, fuck no. Because if you would want someone that looks like the queen, you're probably leaning towards bisexual or more straight than gay. Because this shit comes off. It's literally just for fun. Matt Walsh doesn't understand it because he doesn't understand the concept of fun. His idea of fun is every time a trans person kills themselves, he takes a drink of whiskey. Sexual orientation has little to do with your gender. It's about expression. Yeah, he's talking about drag. Drag definitely not sexual. There's a sexual drag shows, but it's merely one type of act. Yeah. And drag can be so many things. It can be defined by so many things. There's not like one type of drag. But he doesn't understand that, nor does he actually give a shit. He doesn't give a shit. He just says it, believes it, backs up with nothing. All feelings, no substance. And because his fans want to believe in their bigotry, they double down on it. They believe it too. They argue things like, no, he provides sources and facts. Have you opened a biology book? Why, yes, I've actually taken Biology 101 and 102 in college. And passed those classes with a 4.0 average. And at no point did they suggest anything even remotely close to that. In fact, they would hazard to mention that gender is more complicated than this, and because I'm getting into the medical field, they would actually address things like Swyer syndrome and other hormonal disorders that show that gender is not as easily defined as you would. No, I'm talking about the high school level. Oh. So you mean the thing that agrees with you because it has a very limited and dumbed down understanding of biology. Yeah, that's the one I like. The one that isn't the basis for what biologists actually study and develop medicines and otherwise on. Because they get more complex, because they have to. Yeah, that's the one that agrees with me. Oh, okay. So agree with the idiots version, not the one that actually is effective in providing things. Got it. Apprenticeship is fine for pickup artists, but for drag queens, it's grooming. Yeah. It's not grooming to talk about how your little boy is looking at a grown woman's ass. That's not grooming at all. But when a drag queen exists and does a PG version of their show where they dance and, express themselves and allow for kids to do the same goddamn thing, that's grooming. Weird. Ancom, good to see you. What else you got to say, Matt? And still have not seen any sources to the things that you have professed, but okay, go ahead and keep saying it. I'm sure this entire segment is not entirely based on feeling with no sources.
So, what can be done about this? That's really the question. We've established that.
Oh, so we've moved on from actually addressing, proving the things that you're saying are true and happen, and are going to, we need to do something about it. That's weird. Facts don't care about your feelings, right? You're on that guy's network. Well, giddy up.
This is happening, and it's only getting worse over time. Progressivism does what the name suggests, what the label suggests.
It progresses society in order to make us all a better society and not a continuously dumb one.
It's progressivism, so it progresses, except that it progresses in the same sense that, say, cancer progresses.
No. That would be conservatism.
It keeps spreading and getting worse and eating away at our civilization until it is stopped.
How? You gonna provide any evidence as to how this is destroying society and culture at all? You're gonna show how it's damaging in the least? Anything? Still waiting.
Or until it destroys its host. And just like cancer, stopping it is not a gentle or a painless process. The farther along the cancer is, the more aggressive you have to be in fighting it.
I see. I see what he's alluding to there. Once again, Matt Walsh edging on pointing out that there needs to be a final solution. But remember, we're the ones that are uncivil and violent. And also, we call them fascists because they just don't agree with us, and not because of all the actual fascist shit that they say. I see Walsh has hopped on the Civil War train. He won't openly say it, though.
Culturally, we are approaching, if we haven't already reached, a terminal state, which means we have to be all the more aggressive, which calls for two things.
Okay. Just want to give people a chance to collect themselves before he says what those two things are. I'm gonna guess he's going to not outwardly say things that lead to the deaths of trans people and gay people, but he's going to address it by saying someone needs to be there to stop it. I heard that medicine to replace an organ affected by cancer is medical abuse. I don't understand what you're getting at.
First, obviously, involving children in drag events in any capacity should be outright criminalized everywhere. There is no other way. You know, this doesn't stop until police are breaking down the doors at these places and carting the adults away in handcuffs.
The freedom and liberty people calling for a police state against gay people because, God forbid, you let children express themselves and dance around and have fun. Yeah. You're not even hiding the fact that you don't actually believe in freedom anymore. Like, no. Clearly things have gotten so bad that we need to become an authoritarian state. That totally wasn't our plan all along. And it totally isn't going to be a thing where we don't stop when we get all the gays and transes. It's not going to lead us to also go after the Jews because, you know, my boss. And we're especially not going to go after black people. Nope, not going to happen. If it sounds at all familiar of a certain country in the 1940s, that's on you. You're drawing that comparison.
Charge them all as pedophiles. Throw them in prison. And whenever they get out, if they do get out, put them on the sex offender registry for life.
The key with being on a sex offender registry and being a pedophile is you have to actually be, you know, doing something that is sexual against children. Against, you know, consent laws and the will of kids and all that will, you know. So this does not apply. This is expanding the definition of what is and isn't statutory rape. to such a degree that it would be impossible to not wind up on the sex offenders list. That's all this is. But of course, Matt doesn't care about the implications. I mean, all you need to do is look at his defense of Roe v. Wade being repealed and all the anti-abortion laws, and how he just kind of turns a blind eye to story after story coming out of how woman has forced to carry dead baby because abortion against the law, and has to wait till fully septic and almost dying before they can get the abortion in the case to save the mother's life bullshit. Story after story coming out about that. He'll turn a blind eye to that because, well, at least he got what he wanted. He harmed the gays and transes. He outlawed their identities because it makes him feel icky. I feel icky about this. Goes back to the thing that I said the other day. All these rights, the civil rights pushes, have always been about identity. It's always been about protecting people's identity, who they are. It's not, and it should never have been about what makes you comfortable or uncomfortable. I don't like eating mushrooms. Do you know what I do? I don't eat mushrooms. Simple as that. Don't like having sex with men? Don't have sex with men. Don't like the idea of you changing your gender? Don't change your gender. But that doesn't mean you can tell other people that they cannot. You're doing it wrong. You have to ban mushrooms. Ah, okay, yeah. I gotta arrest everyone who orders mushrooms on their pizza, or even alludes to it. I need to criminalize it, and then talk about how we're a more free society. What else you got, Matt? You still haven't gotten to the second solution.
That man in the first clip dancing around with his skirt up should be treated legally as a child predator.
Based on what? Based on what, Matt? Because it makes you uncomfortable?
That's the level of protection that our...
Correct, although those taste like trash too. Ugh. I really need to try that again someday.
children are owed, and the people sexualizing and exploiting them are owed that level of punishment.
Why? What Matt is not getting to is the fact that the reason he feels that way is not based on any actual factual data. It's based on the fact that it makes him uncomfortable. He doesn't like seeing it. There's no actual danger to children. It's just he doesn't like it.
This is something that needs to start in red states, and if Republicans take over the White House, it should be handled on the federal level as well.
Reminds me of 2004, George W. Bush running on the constitutional amendment to ban gay marriage. Damn, Matt. Man, why have we called you a fascist for so long? I'm sure we just, it's just because you disagree with us and have a different opinion than us and totally not based on, the things you believe and say. The things you say on your show. Oh, by the way, what's the age of consent again, Matt? Remind me, what is the right age that you should be burying a girl off? What was it you said? 16? 14? But yeah, clearly, it's the gays and the transes who statistically do not rape children, do not sexually assault children, who are the problem, and not people like you who, you know, deny rape, encourage marrying 14-year-olds because that's prime birthing age. That's when they're most fertile. No. Clearly, we need to punish them and, I guess, continue to let society exist as it once did, where, you know, such crimes like rape and pedophilia were actually more accepted because at least they're not gay. That sounds like a better society there. That sounds like a good society. That sounds like the society that I want to live in. Yeah, let's go back to the 1950s when women couldn't come out and complain about how their husband was beating and raping them. Yeah, let's do that. Quick reminder. Who is it that's been caught abusing kids more? Was it Democrats or was it Republicans? I wonder if I have a video on that. I think I do. Let's see here. Liked videos. Let me see. I might be wrong. I might not have a video on it, but I seem to remember the possibility that I have one. I do have one. I'm not wasting your time. I promise. It's just, it takes me a while because I like a lot of videos on these sites. Let's see. Where is she? Because somebody did an absolute monster of a takedown on someone trying to suggest that that Democrats are the party of abusers. Ah, here she is.
Nice try, my guy, but...
Let's read this comment. You dabs are unbelievable. You guys normalize the sexualization of children with this push of early sex education and normalizing body dysmorphia.
I'm not going to let this one slide. Let's look at some statistics and facts about who's out here really hurting our children. When it comes to SA and children, LGBTQIA people do not play with children. 0.7% of cases... 0.7, not even 1% of cases. But a child is over 100 times greater chance of being SA'd by a family member that's heterosexual. So usually a white straight male. And how do we know that? Well, nearly 90% of those convicted of child SA are white men, white straight hetero men. This is just SA in general. This is on the government ussce.gov. 51.6% are white, with the next greatest being 21%, which is almost 3 times as less amount So your children are so much safer with black men than they would ever be with a white man. That's statistically. So here's another number of child SA. This was in 2020. Look at this number. Literally 3 times the amount almost difference. White men. Yeah. And on top of that, church is one of the most unsafe places for children. Out of the 100% of priests in the US, over 55% of them had at least one formal allegation of abuse made against children. At least one. 26% having 2 or 3 more. 17 to 18 having 4 to 9 allegations, so on and so forth. Your children will always be safer around LGBTQIA people than they will ever be in a church around white conservative men. And if you want to get political, we can do that. These are SA allegations, people who were either alleged or convicted. Republican, conservative blogger, Republican, a Republican judge. Here we do have one Democrat, Republican.
It's also worth mentioning, because, like, let's go back to that page that had the one Democrat. Like, you guys know, I'm not one to defend Democrats, and I'm not going to defend this Democrat by any means, because, yeah, he's bad. He announced this shit after he was out of office, stupidly, because fuck this guy. But let's back up just a little bit. He never ran for office again. No one wanted Eric Massa to be a part of Congress ever again, or in any seat of power. But Mark Foley got a lot of defense.
Conservative blogger, Republican.
See here.
Republican.
David Vitter stayed in office for a long fucking time. David Vitter, after his allegations came out, stayed in office for another, like, 2 terms. And all he got caught doing was, living out a baby fantasy where he shit in a diaper while a prostitute whipped him. Good Christian conservative values there. Not kink shaming at all, but absolute hypocrisy.
And Republican.
Ah, here we go. Mark Sanford. Mark Sanford tried to finish his term in office after being caught doing his affair. He eventually resigned, and then he ran for office again and almost won in the same fucking state. So you tell me who actually gives a shit about what happens to women and children.
Republican. A Republican judge. Here we do have one Democrat.
Specifically because it doesn't take into account the overall racial distribution of the U.S. I mean, even when you adjust for rape, or even when you adjust for race, based on frequency, white men still heavily. It's true. Like, it's one of the reasons why I understand apprehension when I'm looking into dating somebody.
Democrat, Republican. Oh my God, Republican.
Dennis Hastert, by the way, just so happened to be the longest serving House Speaker. They covered for him over and over and over and over and over and over and over, hid the story like crazy until finally it burst out that he had been sexually abusing young boys, high school aged boys, while running as a Christian conservative. He's in prison now. You know, on account of all the statutory rape. Again, you tell me who actually gives a shit about children. You tell me who actually sexualizes children. You tell me who actually cares about what's safe for children. The ones who are like, let's kind of listen to them and let them be who they are. Or ones that's just like, we think we need to stop all the people who totally aren't doing all the raping and sexualization because we accuse them of doing this with no actual factual evidence. Meanwhile, our people are literally the ones doing all the raping and sexualization. But in the background. In the closet, you might say. Expecting to get to 89 today, which is the coolest it will have been in like 9 months. What state is that, Buff Dragon? It's good to see you, by the way. It's been a minute. What story did I just come in on? We're talking about Matt Walsh, because of course, fuck that guy. I think we all know who actually sexualizes children, 100%. I think it's safe to say it's safe to assume that if someone tells you they're a Republican, that they're telling on themselves in so many ways. Yep.
Republican.
So
Republican.
Jim Jordan was on that list. Matt Gaetz is on that list. And guess what? They're still in office. Hey, look, it's Tom Reed. Interesting. Was accused of sexual harassment March 19th, 2021 by lobbyists for an incident at a bar. In a statement made on March 21st, 2021, he apologized to her and said he would not seek re-election in 2022. On May 10th, 2022, he announced his resignation on the House floor, effective immediately. Oh, so we got one that actually did that. Jim Jordan just covered up for massive rape allegations. Was supposed to report it, didn't, and still is in office today. Might even run for president. Who knows? Why not? Matt Gaetz, still in office. Him and his forehead. They might vote him in again. All he's being charged with is, trafficking a 17-year-old across state lines and giving her drugs and then raping her. But at least he didn't put on a dress and dance around non-sexually. Right? Representative is Andy fucking Biggs. I could have sworn Schoolhouse Rock told me this wasn't allowed to happen. Yeah, it's funny how our institutions can be easily broken when people just go, fuck it, I don't care. Get that bill on Capitol Hill for to answer for its crimes. Yeah.
Oh, and Donald Trump's on there with over 25 women, allegedly.
No men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. Right. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Statistically, children will always be safer with gay, Democratic unbelievers, and the most unsafe with white, heterosexual believers. Nice try, my guy.
Won't somebody please think of the children? Just liars. Just liars. Yeah. That was the teen pageant. Where, he was... it's something I like to bring up whenever somebody's like, Hillary Clinton had Epstein killed. And it's like, Trump had just as many reasons to have him killed, too. Just saying. It literally says they're not wearing clothes. Yeah. He would just walk in. Like, when he when he first ran for president, a bunch of those girls tried to fucking sue him, and nobody cared. They probably had been pursuing it for a long time, but now that he's running for president, they were able to piggyback off of the attention that Donald Trump was getting. Imagine if they did a remake of the Schoolhouse Rock, but actually honest about how things really work. That poor Bill. Some people have done that. They've done versions of that. Nobody we know about had him unalived. I guarantee that. It's basically blood libel at that point. Yeah. So, yeah. Matt, at what point are you going to address the problem with raping children among people who believe like you? Oh, these Democrats out here are raping all these kids by exposing them to a man in a dress who's not even pretending to be a woman, but in fact doing something completely non-sexually and just dancing around for fun, expressing themselves in a way that's completely harmless in every single way. But it's harmful to children because it's a man in a dress. But what's not harmful is when Jim Jordan hid rape allegations while working for Ohio State to cover up for a mass rapist who wound up getting convicted later. It's not dangerous for children when you defend the longest sitting House Speaker in U.S. history from his rape allegations of little boys while at a high school while he was a coach on the wrestling team. That's good for children. That's supposed to that builds character. It's funny. All of the things are rape and pedophilia, except for the actual rape and pedophilia. Thanks for that, Matt. Fuck off. Here's something I thought was pretty funny. So this Federalist Society article came out, and Nathan Robinson, yeah, I know Nathan Robinson, but he's on it on this one. Says Federalist article argues that the right should stop saying it cares about liberty and small government and just embrace the ruthless use of state power to persecute trans people, women who have abortions, and anyone who wants a divorce. Where things are going, I disagree with Nathan here, because nope, this was the point all along. It was always a euphemism to use the idea that they were for, a smaller government and blah, blah, blah. Because it's always funny. I'm for a smaller government, which is why I want to increase the Pentagon Pentagon budget tenfold. I'm for smaller government, but let me create more restrictive law enforcement agencies that target specifically U.S. citizens. Remember, that was a Republican, and the name of that agency? Homeland Security. How many terrorists have they stopped? Bagel. But how many people how many U.S. citizens have they illegally wiretapped? Have they spied on? Oh, countless. They're probably watching my stream right now. Hello, hello, Homeland Security. Hello. But make sure the government intervenes in every actual personal area of your life. Yeah, exactly. I don't want there to be a big government getting up in everybody's business. And by that, I mean I don't want them to stop women from being raped because that could result in a child, especially a white child. And more white babies is a good thing. Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm not supposed to say that out loud. Oops. Your HLS agent is like, ooh, senpai noticed me. I bet they're hot. I hope they're hot. But please, quit your job. Hit me up, though. After you quit your job. They want the government in everyone's lives, just not theirs. Yeah, exactly. So let's check this out. To stop big tech, for example, will require and shit. This is the thing that I've been talking about their whole thing with big tech. You know, oh, we need to stop big tech. Okay, so you're for nationalizing them. No. Okay, so then how do you think you're going to stop big tech? What legislation do you think you're going to pass to stop big tech? Because the only way for the government to have anything to do with them or any say in what they do is for them to be an entity of said government. Otherwise, they're private industry and they have the right to enact their TOS how the fuck they want to. In the same way that fucking stores, you know, it's not illegal for you to go into a store with no shoes and no shirt. Do you want to know why they want you to? Liability. A shirt protects you from, say, if you bump into a sharp shelf and can cut you. You're less likely to be cut, or it decreases the severity of said cut. If there's broken glass on the ground and they don't clean it up fast enough, and you have shoes on, you step on it with a shoe, guess what? You're less likely to injure yourself. You're less likely to have a case to sue them. Has fuck all to do with any sort of law. Oh, and by the way, Republicans don't give a shit about that either, because that protects big businesses. Who the fuck knew? Besides everybody. I go through warehouses shirtless in the hopes I get a free nipple piercing. Nice. Anyway, so they start with big tech. To stop big tech, for example, will require using antitrust powers to break up the largest Silicon Valley firms, accidentally based. To stop universities from spreading poisonous ideologies will require state legislatures to starve them of public funds. Ah, I see. To stop the disintegration of the family might require reversing the travesty of no-fault divorce, combined with generous subsidies for families with small children. Conservatives need not shy away from making these arguments because they betray some cherished libertarian fantasy about free markets and small government. It is time to clear our minds of cant. In other contexts, wielding government power will mean a dramatic expansion of the criminal code. It will not be enough, for example, to reach an accommodation with the abortion regime to agree on reasonable limits on when unborn human life can be snuffed out with impunity. As Abraham Lincoln once said... Oh, they don't continue that. In other contexts, wielding government... As Abraham Lincoln once said of slavery, we must become all one thing or all the other. Using slavery in this example kind of makes you sound like you like the slavery. Because remember, this is you justifying government enforcement of things like what is taught in schools and whether or not tech companies are allowed to ban your accounts for telling somebody to go kill themselves, or saying that you're going to kill them, or saying blatant anti-Semitic bullshit. The Dobbs decision was, in a sense, the end of the beginning of the pro-life cause. Now comes the real fight in state houses across the country to outlaw completely the barbaric practice of killing the unborn. Drag queen story hours should be outlawed. That parents who take their kids to drag shows should be arrested and charged with child abuse. Hey, look, it's the thing that Matt Walsh was talking about. That doctors who perform so-called gender-affirming interventions should be thrown in prison and have their medical licenses revoked. And that teachers who expose their students to sexually explicit material should not just be fired, but be criminally prosecuted. So they're just going mask off and being like, you know what? You pointed out all the flaws in our logic and how it sounds like we're authoritarians and you know, we're ready to admit something. You were 100% right, lefties. You were 100% right about us. We are authoritarians. We do want to punish people for their identities. We do want to be authoritarian as fuck on anything regarding the things that make us uncomfortable. You were right all along. We are the Nazis. Oh. Glad you finally admitted it. But you recognize the Nazis were a bad thing to be. Right? Yeah, okay. Alright. Let's get into the Ethan Klein, Ben Shapiro shit. Alright? Yep. But they say we want to control people's life by being like, you can be whoever they want. You know? We allow for people to have choices, and we're made out to be the crazy authoritarians. Based on nothing, of course, but you know. Don't let a simple thing like facts get in the way. I'm going to jump to something else that's kind of on topic too. So, in commenting on one of Matt Walsh's things, I found a person. I found an interesting person. I found an interesting and incredibly sad human being. Just the biggest delusion. And I'm thinking that they're like maybe 15, 16 by the way they talk. Because boy, did they have a lot to say about what is and isn't a man. And he had a lot to say about what prostitution is, what pedophilia is. Apparently, the definitions of those we had wrong all along. Apparently, prostitution isn't when you pay for sex. Apparently, prostitution is not being modest. I lost a friend recently because he was baffled and refused to believe me when I said there are people in this country that would rather see me dead than be allowed to exist as a gay man. He straight up refused to believe it and was rolling his eyes at me. I almost beat the shit out of him. Yeah, he's not worth it. Someone like that, they need to know that that's not going to be just accepted in society. One of the reasons why I don't shed a tear when somebody gets canceled, meaning they lose their job for the shit they say online. Hey, that lack of anonymity kind of sucks. You said it thinking that you're completely anonymous, but when it's found out that, oh, you can be exposed and it can cost you your livelihood because, you know, consequences to your actions, get fucked is all I'm saying. Hey, you want to not get fired for being an open bigot online? Don't be an open bigot online. Don't be a bigot at all. If noted Presbyterian minister Frederick Rogers were alive and doing his show today, the right would rally against it and boycott him. They absolutely would. I didn't, and just told him how incredibly disappointed I was in him, because he was a good friend and someone I thought was an ally. Allyship is bullshit. It is. It means nothing to be a good ally. Because it's just a moniker you can claim by saying some of the right things, but your actions do not follow. You can go, but I do not claim to be any sort of ally. All I do is say, I'm just not a shitty human being to people. I've seen far too many allies later get exposed for being, you know, their actions being completely contradictory to what they say. Literally Fox News shit in him while he was still alive. Yeah. So yeah. This stems from this whole conversation where I remember what I pointed out to Steven Crowder was the actual answer to his question. Why do you think men are checking out of the marriage pool? And I said, because marriage is no longer a business transaction and women actually have a choice, unlike in the past, while a lot of men's mentality is still stuck in the 50s, thinking they can abuse their wives and they have nowhere to go. This very interesting person replied, marriage today is literally a business transaction, and women do not have a reproductive choice, but a political choice where they act as lures to provoke men, hence indiscriminate, promiscuous, without choice, but regulated by the state. What? What? This won't be the only what the fuck moment. I took it as good faith in the beginning, and I just said, I don't think you understand what I'm saying as transactional. Women were chattel. They had to be married to a man because they had no financial independence. Only men did. To be married is to be to not be married is to be destitute because you had few rights. Women are chattel now, owned by the state, sold to any male. Independence requires autonomy. It defines inequality. But the left is actually pushing for autonomy. What the fuck? Thus, one cannot demand money, as neither rights, because that is theft. You can attempt to be independent and face the consequences. Women preferred marriage. I haven't shielded once today. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. So, hey, guys, there's this little thing that is kind of important in society. It's called money. I don't want it to be important, which, you know, because it's ridiculous, but I do need it to pay bills, and I'm incredibly behind on my bills. So,
Lord Fright has gifted a tier 1 sub to Bup Dragon. They have given 364 gift subs in the channel.
Lord, thank you for gifting this sub to Bup. Bup's good people. Haven't seen them in a long time, so that's great. So anyways, yeah, supporting the stream is incredibly important. I put a lot into this, including, you know, sending my child away so that he doesn't constantly interrupt the stream by being an absolute terror around the house. But that costs money. bills cost money, and I'm behind on all of it. So subbing to the channel is important. Even more important than that, donate to the channel so that Jeff Bezos can't take half of your $4.99. It makes me look better to have subs, and it helps to have that paycheck that comes in once a month. But why not donate to the stream? You can also do bits. You can do all sorts of things. You don't get emotes if you donate, though. You just get the satisfaction of knowing that you helped to pay for my groceries. You helped pay for that bill that's been months behind because I've yet to be able to find proper employment. And things are more expensive now. So, yeah, why not help somebody out? And, you know, that'll make it so I can continue to do this for a lot longer. I tried to do this as my main employment, and I'm not making enough money for that to be fruitful. So why not help out? Sub to the stream, donate to the stream, exclamation point dono if you don't know how to do that. Yeah. We got a sub goal. We're 9 away. I think we can do it. That shit is ridiculous. I haven't followed up on that, though. Is Twitch sticking to the 50-50 thing? Oh, it's always been 50-50 for affiliates. It's never been anything different. Sent them a very angry email about it, but I can't imagine it had any sway. No, they don't care. Shit, they're bumping new partners to 50-50. They don't care. They don't care about streamers. There's a reason why I'm simul-streaming now. I'm streaming both on YouTube and on Twitch right now, in the hopes that I'll get more people. But you know, the YouTube channel doesn't get much traction right now. Just gonna keep going and hope that eventually it picks up there. So I asked this, anyways, getting back to this. So I asked this question. It's like, how are women owned by the state? What are you talking about? Porn, movies, fashion industry, beauty industry, education, jobs, marriage, divorce, infanticide, clubs, social media, plastic surgery, etc., etc. Objects to sell, objects to adorn, objects to resell, objects manipulated by different entities, objects repenetrated, plastic dolls. I can help you find it. Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of what the fuck moments from this dude. I didn't even want to reply to that. I was like, holy shit. I truly found a person. Contraceptives are not a choice for reproduction, but to avoid reproduction, fool. Choice demands responsibility with your own choice. Without reproduction, only the stimuli are left. That is prostitution for desperate males like you. So I said, so don't use a seatbelt because the choice you made to drive should kill you in an accident. Are you okay? Seatbelts as an analogy for contraceptives can only mean that the accident refers to rape or prostitution. Obviously, incomparable to reproduction. Both are choices. Sex coerced on you is not your choice. Hence, women stimulating men are coercing sex. A choice men cannot foresee. Huh? So I said, no, that's only your weird interpretation. You know they call contraceptives protection, right? So in this analogy, sex is driving the car and pregnancy is the accident. And this person tried to get me with that. Said, it is rather sad you see pregnancy as an accident. It shows how little you value human life. Rather shallow and empty, very sad. Yeah, I don't value human life because I'm like, hey, your intended consequences to having sex can be, you know, intimacy, and because it feels good and it's psychologically beneficial. Hey, Sean, you walked in at a weird moment. I'm going over a weird person that I met on Twitter. And if you think these opinions are weird, buckle up. I'm telling you. Oh my god. So I said, if your intention behind sex isn't pregnancy, then yes, it would be considered an accident. My son was an accident. Luckily, we're a loving couple and stable, and decided we wanted him. It was nice having that choice. Calling it an accident denotes your lack of responsibility, so it is a euphemism. Sex is reproduction by definition. What? Only resourceful men should have more sex and have access to contraception. Inferior males need contraception to have sex because they depend on prostitution. What? Huh? This account has one follower, only 7 follows. Other accounts is likely a troll or just an unhinged, goofy-ass motherfucker. He's the latter. He's the latter. I can tell you, this is no troll. This guy believes this. And I totally think he's like 14, 15, and is going through his edgy phase really young. This reads like someone who excels at English, but doesn't really understand the words that he's typing. You'll get what I mean in a minute. I'm way overestimating the cost of sex work, if that's the case. Yeah. So I said, reproduction is reproduction by definition. Sex is an act of intimacy that can lead to reproduction, but it isn't reproduction itself. This is why comprehensive sex ed needs to be taught in this country. Sex worker or no, some of us choose to enjoy life. Sex evolved to combine genes. Reproduction itself, stimulus, pleasure, evolved to motivate the act. Instinctive. Sex as stimulus is artificial. Idiots want, but should not. They're irresponsible. Depend on government tech. Infanticide, prostitution, grooming, which he says is what sex ed is. All artificial. So I just said, there's something wrong with you. You may not know this, but sex feels good, and it does for a reason. We're not the only species to have sex for pleasure, and as a social animal, intimacy is good for our mental health. You should look into it, even a prostitute if necessary. If learning about your own body is grooming, I'm in a room full of groomers, or as we call ourselves, nursing students. Don't worry, he had a rather interesting reply to that. He replied to this one separately because he's crazy. Straw man, this is not an anti-sex discussion. You feel threatened because this is about you having sex or reproducing in a way only possible artificially, not through natural selection. Then we have to pay for low males like you who want equality with us, which is wrong. Right? By the way, when I pointed out that I was a nursing student, he says, strangers teaching schoolgirls about sex is not normal. It is pedo. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. This dude does not fuck. This dude does not fuck. Any way, shape, or form. He does not fuck. In any way. Sex evolved for gene recombination millions of years ago, but then as brains developed, sex evolved a social aspect to it. Evolution doesn't stop. Yeah. He's projecting hard. 100%. It somehow gets weirder. I'm telling you, buckle the fuck up. Males who cannot have normal sex think they can seduce little girls to make them promiscuous. Eh? Bro, what you say? He continues, nursing student, that explains why you are so feminized. It's also off topic. You're evading the main point. So I said, teaching kids about their bodies is important. Do you think biology shouldn't be taught to kids too? Because it's literally the same topic. Not even going to address why you think being in nursing is feminized. Only one of us here is afraid to show what they look like, by the way. Straw man, this is not an anti-sex discussion. Oh, we already read this one. And I said to that one, never said this was anti-sex, but it is anti-intimacy. Also, what about my son was artificial? What equality for me do you think I lack? Do tell, genius. So I'm sitting there like, I'm literally a cishet white dude. I'm not asking for any equality for me because literally people that are like me have run the world and that's led to this current massive despair that's going on. Yeah. Right? He said, it is implied as that is what you are defending, the right to have sex. And right is in quotes. Pretty sure Eli is real. He was usurped on his own stream. Yeah. Yeah. And like there's literally nothing that they could say that would say that my son's birth was unnatural in any way. Like Lamb didn't even get a cesarean section. Like, there's nothing wrong with it getting a cesarean section, by the way. I'm not downing any of these. But these people get very weird when they start bringing up natural selection. They think that, you know, if the baby dies during conception, that's natural selection because the baby was weak, or the woman was too weak, or the man more likely was too weak to spread his genes off. So, yeah, literally nothing. Literally nothing. I support prosthetics for people to be able to masturbate. Yeah. Orgasm evolved for insemination. That's it. I'm fucking done. Yeah. Oh my fucking god, everyone stop saying natural selection until you understand what the fuck it is. There's so many delusions here. Just wait. So I said, I just don't see sex as shameful, in need of consequences, or to be used solely for reproduction. This other view you have is coming from you lacking any an understanding of empathy. Let me ask you something. Do you believe the female orgasm exists? Another one that I refuse to comment on because, holy shit. Orgasm evolved for insemination. Female orgasm is a masculine vestige, often exaggerated or misinterpreted because it is used for self-validation, hence why many women fake it. Many women fake it to not make their partner feel bad. Kind of reading ahead, but this fool thinks female orgasms are misinterpreted and or exaggerated. In other words, he doesn't believe that they exist. Can you read the tweet one more time? Okay. Orgasm evolved for insemination. Female orgasm is a masculine vestige, often exaggerated or misinterpreted because it is used for self-validation, hence why women fake it. He thinks women fake it for themselves. Like I said, buckle the fuck up. Oh, he had stuff to say about empathy. He has a really interesting definition of what empathy is. Just wait. It sounds an awful lot like selfishness. So he said, nobody is saying that it is shameful. You're inventing that. You do not want... there's plenty of people who are saying that sex is shameful. Are you fucking kidding me? You do not want consequences. That is irresponsibility. Still to this day, and I've asked him multiple times, why should sex have consequences? I've asked so many conservatives this, and not a single one could give me a proper answer. They just skip over it and just talk about how I want to be irresponsible. And it's like, no. Why should sex have consequences? I understand that you want those consequences to exist, but why? He thinks it's for procreation. Ah, you would think that, Lord. He thinks orgasm is a male vestige. Yep. Lesbians do not orgasm with each other. Yep. Decades of medical science proving that the female orgasm exists. Fuck it. This dickhead on the internet who totally it isn't 14 and doesn't have any issues with getting partners is he says otherwise. It exists. I've seen it myself. Not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but ladies, sorry. You do not want consequences. That is a responsibility. It does not have to be solely for reproduction. See? Like I said, he's admitting that it doesn't have to be just for reproduction. Right there, Lord. You're misinterpreting things. It requires restrictions, natural or self-control. You do not understand empathy. I said, except self-control exists more among men like myself than with people who think like you. My empathy is why I keep talking to you, because I'm serious when I say I'm sad for you. The life you're living is not happy and healthy, if you're living it as you describe. You are pathetic. You know it. This is why you keep trying to aggrandize yourself. Liberals do that all the time. They inferiorize others and promote oppression, lies to feel themselves superior, false altruism, false empathy, all emotions, scared of men. And I said, is it aggrandizing to respect women's autonomy? Is it aggrandizing to point out statistics? Is it aggrandizing to acknowledge objective reality over a fantasy world where I'm always the portrayal of the Ubermensch because I say so like you do? If so, guilty as charged. I can assure there's nothing false about my empathy either. I don't want the world to be better just for me. No matter my point in life, I've wanted a better world for all. You want it worse so you can keep your fantasy about fantasy that you can win life. It's called Medicare for all, not just people that agree with me or have my politics. He just started creating all sorts of mini threads, and it gets weird. You do not respect women. You want them promiscuous, handled by pimps, no autonomous, but a false liberation supported by collectivism. So I said, no, I don't care what they do. I want them to have the choice to be who they want. There's nothing more respectful than recognizing someone's autonomy. You're the one putting limitations on them and legislating it. That's authoritarian as hell. Also, if sex work were legal, they wouldn't need pimps, and I'd prefer that they not be criminalized by society like you want, which forces them to look towards pimps. You literally are why pimps exist, not me. I want them to be punished for their abuse. Autonomy comes from the self, recognized or not. It cannot be given. Sex is not true work. It is manipulation of men's libido, theft, animalism. Prostitution is already legal in different ways, including marriage. Like I said, doesn't this read like a 14-year-old who excels at English, but doesn't understand any of the words he's saying? He just understands it enough to get a passing grade, and he's going through his edgy phase. Does anyone else smell burnt toast? He replied to this one, "There's always a pimp behind a prostitute. You're so naive. You want a master pimp. That is the state. And you want sex redistributed. That is collectivism." I said, actually, no, I don't. And no, that is not what collectivism is. Did you know that collectivism comes out of anarchism? No state in anarchy. Not that I'm an anarchist. Anarchy to destroy the state as some of us want, or anarchy to impose a new state. Just wait till you find out, like, what he thinks should happen. He's pretty much an Anprim. Why is the conservative always eager to tell on themselves? Oh, he tells on himself. Collectivism is a society of strangers sharing the same lives and the same resources, even women, hence why they promote prostitution, porn, divorce, etc. I said, your idea of anarchy isn't anarchy at all. There's no state under anarchy. Anarchy literally means without ruler. You want hierarchies to rule. Oh, that's something that I didn't get into. He thinks his ideal society is where natural hierarchies are what governs the land. In other words, exactly the same nonsense that led to us having monarchs. And Prim is just green fascism. Yep. That is the point. No state, no rulers. People like you want to rule, to impose collectivism. We want leaders through natural selection. You want a new state. So one would say that he wants a strongman leader. I said, no leaders except the hierarchies who totally won't act like a state and then become one, right? You are confused. States happen when populations increase and there is no continuity among them. So false leaders emerge. Politicians, rulers, collectivists. I said, and what's your solution for the population problem? Hierarchies, natural selection, a patriarchal society. Advanced tribalism, without communism, without socialism, without feminism, no collectivism, no redistribution except naturally based on racial and affective bonds. And white mostly. There we go. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, it took forever, but we got there. I mean, yeah, I knew all along what he was saying. I just wanted him to say it. You'll notice the way that I was asking things and the way that I pushed certain things was me trying to goad him into just flat out saying it. And there it is. There it is. We played the game of Find the Nazi, and we found the Nazi. GFT, good to see you. Sex is natural. What's an anprim? Anarcho-primitivist. It's... Look it up. It sucks. So bad. So I said, didn't you get upset that I made a reference to this being Nazi shit? And now you're like, sure, it will be an authoritarian ethno-state that we won't call a state, but at least it won't be communism. Kiddo, please. Find a nice girl to just lay with and hold. He said other things. Speculations again. You're talking about someone anti-state, anti-laws. He's anti-law, but he's pro-hierarchy. Okay. Anti-collectivism, hence patriarchal, pro-natural selection, pro-hierarchies, meritocratic, though it is hypocrisy to criminalize men for having sex with them. This is because the state is a procurer. And I said, of course. Nothing like damning women for doing what they want, but giving men a free pass. Also, being pro-hierarchy means you're pro-state and pro-law. Who do you think makes those laws, bud? Remember that you are talking with someone who does not glorify prostitution, a person who does not care about males desperate to pay for sex. The state is collectivism. It hates natural hierarchies. It is anti-men. Collectivism depends on artificial hierarchies, ergo socialism. No. So women can never deserve to be put in charge. So it is patriarchy or meritocracy. Yep. In other words, monarchy. You'd have to be brain dead to be fascist. Yep. That's this person. But they don't recognize that they're a fascist. They think they're an anarchist. You see? And I said, the state is not collectivist under capitalism. It, by definition, cannot be. Private ownership is not collectivist. Capital control is not collectivist. And socialism seeks to eliminate hierarchy. You're the one that said you love them. No such thing as natural hierarchy either. So he says, socialism is impossible without a hierarchy. Capitalism is collectivism. It shows the hypocrisy of socialism. Google is socialist. It redistributes things. It imposes a false hierarchy. It treats everyone as equals to use them as cattle. Collectivism produces states. I would like to ask some of my fellow content creators about how they feel as equal to fucking PewDiePie on YouTube. Yep. A very good basis of actual theory on any of this, and just hearing that sent off like a big loud alarm bell in my brain. Yeah, I'm not like classically read on like Marx or anything like that. You know, I have got a lot of understanding. Oh yeah, let me put it this way. Much like Candace Owens doesn't actually believe the things that she pushes and just caters to an audience for a paycheck because she knows she fills a role, that is what PewDiePie does. He himself, probably not a Nazi. But does he cater to him? Yeah. And does that by default make him a Nazi? Sure. But like, if we're going to discuss like personal beliefs, I do not think that he is personally a Nazi. This dude thinks he's a fucking tiger or some shit, not a hairless ape that grew up socialized with other hairless apes. Yeah, pretty much. All I could say to this is, holy shit, I'm going to ask you again, how old are you? You cannot post like an adult. Emotional as you said before. Again, collectivism is imitation of tribalism. It imitates hierarchy itself, and natural hierarchies cannot be denied, ergo family. So what kind of father negates hierarchies? A lame one, an immature one. Again, how old are you? I still have not gotten a response. So yeah, yeah. It's very funny how, you know, you push hard enough on far right ideologies and they end up just straight up saying Nazi shit. Same way with Matt Walsh. The same way with that Federalist article. If there's one constant theme here, it's that it's not really hard. It's not difficult at all to show the connection between fascism and the right wing in the United States. And what better example than that than to get to the biggest story of the day. Ethan Klein getting banned on YouTube for saying this.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust and people start rounding up the Jews... I just say, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets gassed first. I was just...
Now, normally a statement like this, I'd be like, yeah, that's too edgy. But I know what he's saying. In context, he's pointing out, yeah, he still shouldn't have said it. Let me first say that, okay? He shouldn't have said it. But the but is giving everybody pause. When you put yourself in the vicinity and platform and work along and also like encourage, push for laws that all benefit known anti-Semites and known fascists, and you yourself act like a fascist, though Jewish, and think that the state that you claim a lot more to have a lot more allegiance to, of Israel, you know, justifying its apartheid state, you think you're going to benefit from that by embracing fascists. You are helping them. You are platforming fascists and anti-Semites. Your justification for not doing anything against the open defense of anti-Semitism that you admit was anti-Semitism from Kanye West, and then defended by your employee, Ben. Your employee, Candace Owens, still to this day defending it, and your defense of it is what? Well, I don't need to agree with everything that they say. Yeah, you know, just like how you just agreed to disagree with Ilhan Omar on pointing out the apartheid state of Israel, and turned it into her saying anti-Semitic shit when that wasn't at all anti-Semitic in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, just like you were willing to let that go. But someone literally saying open anti-Semitic shit. Pushing black Israelite lies. Openly. You're just like, well, I can agree to disagree with Candace. You're her boss, motherfucker. You enable these people. The thing that I constantly point out about anyone of any sort of minority status who aligns themselves with the right wing, and because of trans issues, do you think they're going to stop with just trans people? They never do. They never do. They never just stop with the people that you don't like. Eventually, you're on that list. Every single goddamned time. So, when you're in that vicinity, chances are you might be the first. Again, not a thing that Ethan should have said. Little too edgy. But of course, this is also coming from the same people who think that Nick Fuentes making Holocaust denial jokes is okay and should not be punished on any social media platform. Those people. Clearly, he was just joking. Clearly, Trump was just joking when he makes several references to how Jewish people control the financial industry. You go to bat for anti-Semites and fascists, you can't be surprised when those anti-Semites and fascists look at you, a Semite, and go, ha, thanks for your help, buddy. Back of the bus. Things that should be a disagreement amongst friends: food tastes, movie preferences, weather predictions. Things that shouldn't be a disagreement amongst friends. Fascism, always bad. Human rights is another thing. Human rights in general should not be a thing that you could. I just agree to disagree with you. He doesn't just enable, he encourages. How do we think his programs get eyeballs? Controversy, baby. Yep. Yep. I'm just saying. Should Ethan have said this? No. But the interesting thing is, if you can allow videos that include a lot of anti-Semites on your platform, hey, how many times has Steven Crowder actually had his channel banned? Oh, right, never. He just has been blocked from live streaming for a little bit. Still allowed to sell his merch on there. Oh, wait, no. He got blocked once for selling one shirt. One shirt. Because it alluded to the F slur that, strangely enough, all of a sudden is just this like high-minded reference to figs, referencing Che Guevara. Yeah, because conservatives totally understand the joke behind that and totally weren't repeating it, and there totally wasn't a shirt that preceded that shirt that had the same exact design, except that fig that was supposed to look like a sensor totally didn't have an A in it. No, that totally didn't exist. There totally aren't screenshots. You totally can't go into the Wayback Machine and find that shirt existing on Crowder's store. Nope. Nope, it's all a high-minded, way too smart for us dumb libs, joke referencing how Che Guevara was assassinated. You know how conservatives are very good at subtle jokes. Like, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine for him to be on the platform because he makes a ton of money for YouTube. That's okay. But this joke that Ethan, a Jewish man, by the way, says, nah, gotta get rid of that. And how did that happen? Oh, right. The way it usually happens to lefty channels that actually didn't break TOS. There was a mass reporting campaign by a bunch of right-wingers because Andy Ngo and Ben Shapiro boosted it, and their fans got pissy, so they reported it, and because everything is operated by an algorithm and bots, they went along with it, and they're currently in the process of challenging it. And here's Ben trying to claim the moral high ground by saying, if there were another Holocaust, I would hope that Ethan and his family escaped, but maybe that's just me. Soft-peddling genocidal terror group Hamas and lying about the IDF while chortling about over which Jews go first in the next Holocaust is also an interesting look. Yeah, because probably because he's pointing out the contradictions in how you operate versus the things you say. Yeah, you're for freedom and everything, just so long as people do it along these specific lines of what you define as acceptable. Yeah. And no, he didn't lie about Hamas. Let's see where he lied about Hamas. The Israeli government is making me sick. Even if Hamas is operating out of a civilian building, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. It's inhumane. Okay, so where's the lie about Hamas? Because that was the claim that Netanyahu made towards bombing that hospital. Where's the lie? Netanyahu is a piece of shit warmonger and needs to go. As a dual citizen, I love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force and violence. The ultra-right Jewish settlers are among the greatest provocateurs in the world. They are shameless and hateful, fueled by religious zeal, and enabled by the Israeli government. I wish this settling and repossession of a Palestinian land would stop. I wish the bombing in Gaza would stop. Gazans deserve to live a life free of fear. For all the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all of the power, and it is on them to stop the violence and show a true willingness for peace. Where's the lie? Ben, shut up and go home to your mommy wife. We really need a height requirement for the internet. Possibly. He claims he's 5'9", though. So this is Ethan's announcement about what happened. A few white supremacists successfully lobbied YouTube to suspend me. A Jewish dual citizen of Israel and USA for anti-Semitism. Ben Shapiro and friends can virtue signal all they want, but ultimately, they are the ones platforming dangerous anti-Semites. Which is true! And by the way, where do their videos get posted again? If you guessed YouTube, and uncritically, yeah, exactly. All I did was point it out. Ben Shapiro, who is happy to perform a purity test on me and declare me a bad Jew for criticizing Israel, host Candace, Hitler just wanted to make Germany great again, Owens on his website, The Daily Wire. He's constantly excusing, enabling, and platforming real anti-Semitism. The joke that I was suspended for simply points out that Ben, who is desperate to be accepted by his Christian nationalist friends as white, will only ever be seen by them as a useful idiot, and sadly for him, a Jew. The people reporting me, accepting Ben, are tiki torch-carrying white Christian nationalists. They do not give a fuck about anti-Semitism or Jewish people. They revel in the fact that YouTube and other institutions are so quick to act on bad faith and malicious outrage. They're currently the greatest beneficiaries of cancel culture, identity politics, and moral outrage. It's incredible that they have become the party of free speech while decrying and lobbying for my deplatforming. They both condemn and defend cancel culture in the same breath. I, unlike many who would dismiss me as woke, have spent hundreds of thousands actively fighting to strengthen our First Amendment. Our first lawsuit against Matt Haas has been published on copyright.gov as a seminal case for fair use and is often cited in legal briefs. Our current lawsuits with Ryan Kavanaugh seeks to accomplish the same. I will not back down or be silenced by bad faith provocateurs. I make no apology. As Ben Shapiro says, facts don't care about your feelings, if only he meant it. And I once again humbly request that all naysayers, haters, detractors, and fallen fans alike suck my tiny Jewish dick. Thank you. That's the suck on my dick and choke on it of this. Don't actually believe most of their arguments. They just want what they want and will say and do anything to get it. Yep. Hey, Vaughn, good to see you on YouTube. Good to see that the restream for the comments is working. That makes things a whole lot easier. But it's good to see you. I'm both on YouTube and Twitch currently. It's good to have you here. I love Cora. Who is shorter, Danny DeVito or Ben Shapiro? Danny DeVito is a giant regardless of his height. Ben Shapiro could stand on a ladder and toddlers would still look down on him. Yep. I yield my time. Fuck you. Yes. So he's correct here. He's correct here. The thing that the left has always pointed out about issues with the TOS is not a matter of cancel culture or anything like that, or free speech or anything like that. It's their inconsistency in how they're interpreted and how they're enforced. Like I said, someone like Nick Fuentes can post clips on there all the time. A known anti-Semite. Someone who even has attacked Ben Shapiro with open anti-Semitism. Because his anti-Semitism runs that deep. Yet if I type Nick Fuentes into Google, you'll find him. You'll find fucking thousands of videos of him. Maybe even 1 million. People reposting his clips. Or him himself posting his own clips. But yeah. Oh yeah, Ben Shapiro totally cares about anti-Semitism and totally, I don't even know anymore, man. So Ben replied to this, or Ethan replied to Ben, talking about the, trying to play the moral high ground while he still continues to platform anti-Semites, open anti-Semitism, like not even deniable, not even deniable by even him. I'll just have to agree to disagree with Candace on her defending Kanye for saying really anti-Semitic things, and her also then backing up by saying also anti-Semitic things. I'll just agree to disagree, and we'll shake hands and we'll just move on with our lives. He said, "Hey Ben, it's a joke. Do conservatives know what those are? And sure, in poor taste, but not as poor taste as you platforming anti-Semites who spread dangerous conspiracies that leads to real violence against Jews. That's the meaning of my joke. But of fucking course, you don't care about context." Ben Shapiro, intellectual titan, arguing with this guy, by the way. I do love the self-deprecating humor. I'm good on that. Someone who can do self-deprecating humor well is someone that I know is likely to have good politics. Because they do self-examination. Yeah, it's my favorite too. It means you are human. Ben continues. This was today. "I don't believe that Ethan Klein should be suspended from YouTube for his awful garbage, but I'll shed no tears for a person who has routinely engaged in cancellation of others, world's smallest violin. his examples of this, when Ethan tweeted out that he was removing this Jordan Peterson interview from years ago, a thing that he made the choice to do. It's not deplatforming or cancel culture, it's I don't want to be connected to that. He said, years ago, I interviewed Jordan Peterson before I was very familiar with his politics. He was an interesting guest who I enjoyed sitting with, but especially now, I can see he's a dangerous gateway to alt-right transphobia and COVID misinfo. I removed both interviews today. A choice that he made, much like losing their shit over the estate of Dr. Seuss not wanting to print the very racist books that didn't age well by Dr. Seuss anymore. Books that Dr. Seuss himself said later in his life that he denounced and rejected. And how they got pissed about them choosing to just not want to print anymore. They weren't forced to do it. This wasn't woke culture canceling anyone. They were just like, yeah, I don't want to be associated with that. I don't want our company to be associated with that. It's a bad look, sis. It's a bad look. Yeah, this is Ethan choosing to run his platform however the fuck he wants to. This is the right, not understanding again that, like, there's a difference between someone not wanting to be associated with something anymore and it being removed by, like, a state actor. Yeah, Seuss was the one that wanted those books pulled when he was still alive. Yep. Weird that. I mean, Jaru, that's me most days when I think about this shit. It's why I do this stream. It's why it's so cathartic for me to get yelly and sweary on stream. Jordan Peterson replied to that, by the way. Also, I should warn you that those who engage in cancel culture generally live to regret it. I'm not going to come after you, except politely in this Twitter stream. But the chickens will definitely come home to roost. Yeah, he didn't cancel you, dude. He was just like, I don't want to be associated with you. Again, they do not understand that. And Nathan replied saying they are currently the greatest beneficiaries of cancel culture, identity politics, and moral outrage. It's incredible that they have become the party of free speech while decrying and lobbying for my deplatforming. They both condemn and defend cancel culture in the same breath. That's why I constantly bring up the fact that cancel culture actually came out of the right. I mean, it was conservatives who were burning books back in the days. It was conservatives who created the rating systems for movies and video games, because they're like, oh, we need to protect the children because God forbid they see a titty. Oh, it's PG-13 to watch a person get sawed in half. That's fine. But God forbid they see a titty. If they see a titty, that means a rated R. And you need to be at least 17 years old in order to see it. That was conservatives who came up with that shit. Yeah, or a big old dick. Oh yeah. I know, and that's even debatable. Some movies you can get away with PG-13 and show a titty. Hey, what was the rating again on Titanic? When did you got yeeted from Twitter? Shit. Gotta love that. Yep, it was PG-13. Exactly. It was very uncomfortable for me at the age of 11 to be sitting there next to my cousin and his older sister, who was almost an adult, taking us to that movie, being like, "It's a beautiful. I hear it's a really beautiful movie. Let's go check it out." And then all of a sudden, Rose McGowan. Hey, Wolf Skeptic, good to see you. The children must be innocent from human anatomy. Yep. Public access allows nudity on TV after 11 p.m. as long as is limp penis and no sexual stuff. In the U.S., I got permuted from Twitter for picking on whites. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. But they don't believe in cancel culture. It's only the left that believes in cancel culture. Keemstar decided to jump in and say that in the same video, said, you need to understand in the same video live stream that the Holocaust comments were made. Ethan and his staff doxed a person live on YouTube. Wrong person too. The strike was probably for that. And I was like, they doxed someone? Yes, that would be bad if they did. Let's find out what this doxing was.
God, I'd like to know who this guy is, man.
I know who he is.
Does he have an online persona?
No. He's a music producer and
Really?
songwriter. Yeah.
God, I hope that man's life is ruined for this.
I hope so too.
Fuck. Someone says, "Why are you protecting the abuser's identity?" I don't give a fuck.
Cool.
Give me his name.
Nick Lee.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I want this guy's life ruined. Are you kidding me?
Oh, it's doxing. They said his name. An incredibly common name. But surely they say what state he lives in and city and everything, right?
Yep.
Nick Lee. Oh, is this him?
Yeah, I would just be cautious.
That's not him.
You don't want to send a mob after the wrong person.
Oh, is he a bodybuilder?
See, now, this was a mistake, but it's not doxing. It turned out to be the wrong person entirely. And it was because one of the fans sent him all these links. And they were already harassing them. They were the one that supplied the name, and they were the ones that were already harassing this account. He gave no other information about him except he was a music producer, which everybody's a music producer these days. Like anyone who could just download fucking Fruity Loops, it's a music producer. And a supposed bodybuilder. But that's not enough to narrow it down to who this person is. Common name, common profession, common identity at the very least. But yeah, bad to do because know your platform, and know what people are capable of doing, not doxing.
He's a producer.
He was a bodybuilder in the past.
This Chad ass, is he Asian?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hope his life is over.
They never at any point show him on stream. The only time that they show him on stream, you'll see, is to tell his audience to not harass that dude because he's not that person.
This guy, bro. I'm so glad we actually found his identity.
Are you guys 110% confident this is the right person?
Listen to his producers.
I've heard that he.
Well, Ian's not.
I don't know about.
Ian's not showing this, and I think that's the right call. If we're not 100% sure that this is the right person.
I heard he's an Asian bodybuilder.
He
It comes from
definitely
leaks.
does music, and his socials have been found in that regard.
Well,
I
hold
don't
on.
know.
You guys send me. Okay, you haven't shown anything in.
So they've already the producers have not shown it. They've already called into question the legitimacy of it. They said that people have already found these social medias and were already harassing this guy. Bad shit, yes. But to claim that this is Ethan Doxey, and I don't even follow Ethan on Twitter. I'm not a fan of his. I don't like his content. I like what he did with Sam Cedar, and that's about it. Anytime I view his shit, I'm not about it. It's not my type of thing. So I have no reason to defend him as like a fan, because I'm not. I'm not a fan. If he fucked up, he fucked up. He doesn't seem like a person that gives any fucks about doing his job. All I know about him is the Sam Cedar thing. Yeah. Like, this is still bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's not doxing. It's not doxing. Doxing, you have to give clear information that leads to the specific identity of a person. You know, things that could lead somebody to like finding their address, show up at their house, or call their cell phone, or you know, show up at their personal place of employment. None of this is that. None of this is that. Have they said what state this guy even lives in? What country that this guy even lives in? No. Just a generic name. Nick Lee can be so many people.
He has not switched
Okay,
to that.
you guys find out who the real guy is, and I'll show him.
Exactly,
Goddamn.
Sean.
I think we're jumping the gun. I mean, it's
What? How are we jumping the gun? You said we have his identity. Olivia
It's
said
also-
we know who he is.
It's also his name on the marriage certificate.
It's a very common name, Nick
small chance
Lee.
that it's
That is
not.
not
Okay.
a unique name whatsoever. So I just want to be very sure that we're not sending a mob of people after the wrong Nick Lee. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, okay, so next time you guys, if you say we know who he is, make sure that...
Yeah, no, that was jumping the gun a little bit. Apologies.
Thank you, Ian, for not showing.
See? They
Should
never
we worry
showed
about
him.
what is
Never
best
showed
for
anything.
Amaranth? Like, maybe she doesn't want to show him? Someone said Nick Lee has tweets confirming their marriage.
Yeah, it's in 2020 when those certificates surfaced. Supposedly, he posted them. They are on a Twitter that belongs to Nick Lee, who claims to be her husband.
It could be a troll. If there was that whole drama at the time, it was probably just somebody creating that account. If that's all that account tweets
I'd love
about.
to know that guy's real identity. Dying to know who that is. Oh, yeah. That seems sus. You're right, Ian. Well, we know his name is Nick Lee. We just don't know.
His name is Nick Lee, but again, that's
Yeah.
like
It may not be the body.
one of the most common names you could pick from. People that are saying that and sharing that account, I'm actually timing you out. That is literally a dox account that you're sharing in the chat right now. So please stop spamming that. That is not his real Twitter account. That is meant to reveal their address and private information.
And I just can't wait to see his face, man. Is it illegal to ship shit to somebody?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of shit?
But
Maybe
like, what would the legalities be if it were?
My
Like, is it written?
if we find out that this guy is, can we ship him shit? I'm
No.
asking hypothetically. I'm not, of course, doing it or encourage anyone to do it. But that'd be, if you just received a package and there was poop in it, that's just kind
It's
of...
okay, Jaru.
Trust
we
me,
all
once it's
have this
public, he's going
moment.
to be getting more shit than one man.
I know how I can be when I'm typing stuff, and how I can like miss words and shit like that, or misspell words or something. So like usually what I try to do is I try to I try to interpret what it's supposed to be. Like, people will notice, like, I will try to read the word that I believe it's supposed to be when I read people's comments. If I'm not able to figure it out, I'll ask them, but never apologize, never feel bad about yourself. Everyone makes mistakes. We're not fucking computers. We're on computers. We are not the machines. Not yet, at least. Looking at you, fucking, what is it, Starlink or whatever?
Can handle.
Not for me.
Yeah, let's contribute.
No. Not for me. What the hell are you talking about? And I don't want anyone to ship him a box of their homemade feces, right, Dan?
Should stop talking about this.
Homemade.
This is
Of course.
This is not a good track we're going down.
Hey, Gaming Granny, good to see you.
Pissed. Okay. People are saying it's illegal. Yeah, that's
it's obviously illegal. And
no, don't do it. What am I doing?
And we've already almost doxed the wrong person and sent a hate mob of them. So,
no, Olivia did not. Like I said, bad to spread this account on such a large platform saying that this is the person. Yes, correct. But people already thought it was him. He was already getting harassed because of someone else spreading that account. They did not show the account on stream. They'll show it in a minute. But it's to show it, to say, look, now there's no ambiguity. This account that you guys are already going after, stop what you're doing. Now you know to leave this alone. It's wrong. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the same producer that brought up Sam Cedar regarding Steven Crowder. So Dan seems like fucking legit. You know, if I'm a fan of anyone, it's probably this Dan guy.
there's lots of not very sharp people in the audience that might take your comedic suggestion as a real suggestion.
Ethan has
do it.
That's why I'm not a fan of it. Like,
I mean,
I don't like the way he does things.
It's just not what I would do, or
I get it.
recommend anyone to do. You know, what can you send that's legal in the mail? Then
Don't send him anything.
No, I'm not. Talking
Just
about
stop talking about harassing this guy.
What are you talking about? I'm not harassing anybody. I'm just hypothetically wondering. You know.
You all ready for a week off?
What? You think I'll get banned for that?
Yes, absolutely. Encouraging your fans to harass somebody in
You're
real life.
You're the one that keeps saying I'm encouraging. I'm just wondering hypothetically. Nobody's encouraging.
Okay.
Nobody do that. You're the one that's saying I'm encouraging. I'm not encouraging.
You're right.
You're making it worse.
Mom, Dad, I love
mean-
you both.
I mean,
Please
what's
stop
going
this.
on here?
Stop this. Don't make me choose.
I just said, can you mail a box of shit? What the hell, dude? Is it that serious?
We got something we need to address right now. Let me send it to you, Ethan. This is
Bad?
exactly what I was afraid. Yeah, bad.
What?
As I predicted, our fans are harassing the wrong person.
But
and that's why I was saying, I know you were saying don't do it, but the fucking idiots in our audience are always going to end up doing it. So,
didn't share the account.
well, there's so many
They
Nick
found it
Lees. You guys
themselves.
don't even know who I was looking.
That's what I was saying. And that's people are dumb.
The issue with
yes,
this
it
is
is
that he is a
insinuating
songwriter,
harassment.
composer, as we said.
Yeah,
and he's
it's
Asian.
not a musician.
Who is Nick
I
Lee?
apologize really profusely.
So here he is, Nick Lee. Who is Nick Lee, you guys? This fucking guy has not a goddamn thing to do
With Amaranth, not related in any way.
Nick Lee, producer, songwriter, composer, not associated with Amaranth, in fact.
That's why I kept saying it's like an extremely common.
Yeah. So that's why they showed it then. Because they were already doing it. They already went there. Again, don't direct your fans to harass anyone. Like, this is why, this is why you got to be careful with your platform and the things you say. Especially if you have a big platform. And Ethan's got a pretty large platform. So, he's in the wrong for saying, oh, I want these bad things to happen to him. Oh, here's his name. That's wrong. I agree with that. The people that found this account, that could be like one of like 100 different people. They did the doxing. They did that. To harassment, yes, encouraged by him. Bad thing. Bad thing. But doxing? Fuck no. Fuck no. Yeah, irresponsible. And his producers tried to stop him. Like I said, it's one of the reasons why I don't really care for Ethan. He doesn't... I have a lot of issues with people that that don't think about the things they say and do with the platform that they have. You know? So one of the things that I go back and forth on with Hassan, you know, there's an extent that he understands what his platform is. But, you know, there's some things that he'll say and do that's just like, dude, just fucking stop. You know? But, you know, Hassan has never led somebody to go and harass somebody like this. Bad thing. Not doxing. Irresponsible. Not doxing. Doxing has a very specific meaning. You have to be able to target someone's information specifically. Give you the ability to show up where they are. That's that type of information that constitutes doxing. If somebody shows my first and last name, and my name is not common, I don't think it's doxing. Now, if they post my address, absolutely. It's doxing adjacent. Yeah. Yeah. I'll say it's targeted harassment. And if this is the reason why he got banned, if this is the reason why he got suspended, okay? Here, let me give you a little figgy leaf. If this is the reason why he got suspended, then he should have been suspended. There. Am I not merciful? I just kind of wish that social media platforms would have this same view of libs of TikTok and the people that share libs of TikTok on YouTube. That has literally led to people showing up to people's works or calling bomb threats into people's jobs or showing up to people's houses to call them groomers, pedophiles, and murderers. And totally has a history of leading to the death of people who do things like, I don't know, provide abortions. George Tiller, for example. These are different things. Adjacent, sure. Different things. The people who did the doxing were the people who spread this information to that Olivia person and Ethan saying that they, you know, should do something. Like, that's targeted harassment. That's not doxing. Like, doxing is something I believe should be made illegal. Targeted harassment is something that I believe should be enforced by the social media that the person uses. For sure, same with swatting, like MTG tried to claim. Yeah, exactly. I have a pretty small platform, but any drama I bring up, I hide the identity of the person fucking with me because I don't want my fucking audience going after them. Yeah. I have a small platform. I'm showing you that guy because that person goes around and does this shit to people. Clearly has no interest in, you know, anything really. And I will always say, like, multiple times in that thread with that guy, I talk about how I care about him. How I want a better life for him too. Which he portrays as selfish, by the way. You know what's not selfish? Apparently concentrating on only yourself and the immediate people around you. You know? So yeah, don't harass that dude. Fuck, if you're gonna comment anything to that dude that I showed earlier on stream, tell him that you love him. Tell him that he deserves to be loved. And the only way he's going to get that is if he recognizes the toxic path that he's going down. That he can't force love in the way he thinks he can. There's nothing natural about it. Allowing women to choose and have free choice of a partner is literally the definition of autonomy. Show him empathy because he's a sad teenager, deluded and buying into logic that is not backed up by science or anything. You know? I say punch a Nazi. I never say to kill him. I would like there to be more ex-Nazis, not dead ones. If you can avoid violence, you can avoid killing someone, always do that. I refuse to state her whole name, just like one of my other congressional people, Kirsten Sinema. I know how to spell her name, but fuck her. Yeah, I don't care. You know, you can spell it however you want if it makes you happy. You want me to have a better life and be fulfilled? How dare you? I know, it's so selfish of me to be like, hey, I want everybody to have good things. How selfish of me. It's terrible. I think I've affected more progress through my hugs than anything else I've done. Don't want to be pompous, but I give some pretty damn good hugs. I bet you do. I bet you do. Should add beard pets. Yeah, you got a pretty impressive beard. Anyways.
It's an extremely common name. And this guy is obviously, he's the puppeteer. He's behind the scenes. He's probably not even on social media.
Sorry about that, dude.
Well, I fucked up.
Let's go with that.
It was definitely me. A Reddit thread led me to the wrong place, and I should not have said his profession when I didn't know for sure.
We didn't know 100%.
There it is. Sue Olivia.
That's fair.
Man.
I was an Olivia L, and I will live by it for the rest of my life.
Owning up to it. Like I said, it'd sure be nice if social media platforms actually told people why they were suspended instead of just enforce their TOS, unfairly and leaving it up to interpretation why you got punished in the first place. You know, community guidelines tells us fucking nothing. What community guidelines? Get specific. What was it that was said? So people know not to do that behavior again. It's a whole thing. But was that doxing? No. Targeted harassment? Yes. If he was suspended for that, should he have been suspended? Yes. Should he have been suspended for the stuff about Ben Shapiro? No. Edgy, irresponsible joke? Yes. Right meaning behind the joke? Also yes. I guess at least they all apologized and owned up, but still they were towing the line of doxing somebody innocent and probably would have if Dan hadn't been in studio with them. Yeah. It wasn't just Dan, it was the other producer too. The guy who's on the bar back there. I think they said his name was Ian. Yeah, I I agree that it is towing the line, but these things have very specific definitions that shouldn't be used like, you know, willy-nilly like that. Because then if someone were to like find my Facebook and like let's say they're a friend and they start streaming and they find they go to my Facebook and to show a post of something I said that they thought was cool. Like, is that doxing? I guess it depends on what information they show. But, you know, at the very least, we know that Ben Shapiro is the perfect example of someone who is much more responsible with his platform. He totally doesn't just say crazy shit that could lead to people being harmed. He totally doesn't do that on his own. No, he just lets the people who work for him do that. Oh wait, what's this? Here's him replying to Stacey Abrams saying, having children is why you're worried about your price for gas. It's why you're concerned about how much food costs. For women, this is not a reductive issue. Yeah, she's kind of correct. I mean, I understand how doxing works and what it is. I'm agreeing with you on how you define it. I'm just saying Ethan and Olivia were getting way too amped up and almost made a big fuck up. 100%. Absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. You know, I just always like to clarify for anyone who isn't understanding what we're saying. A lot of times when I try to reply to comments, I try to reply in a way that's sort of universal. And it's because I worry too much and I over explain. You know, it's a neurodivergent thing. So that's kind of why that happens. But I know what you're getting at, Sean. No worries. Always nothing but love. But yeah, here's Ben Shapiro and being responsible with his platform by saying, save on your bills by killing your kids is a unique pitch. That's not at all what she said. A story that should be 5 minutes is 15 with me. It's one of the reasons why, like, I had an hour left and I was like, yeah, we don't have enough time to watch this 26-minute John Oliver video. It's because I'll pause it all the time and like go on long diatribes about it. I know who I am. I try not to do that as much, but yeah. But yeah, here's Ben Shapiro not understanding anything. So I had a fun reply. Also, Ben, if you can't afford to have a child, don't. Ben again, you should be having more children. Ben even more. Everything is too expensive because too many poor people have no money and don't work enough. I was going to add have too many babies, but I forgot to do that. Also, I ran out of space. And I said, final Ben, there needs to be more stay-at-home moms. Ah, the contradiction that is conservatives. Nice. Nice. Yeah. I mean, like, Ben Shapiro is totally someone who is very, very careful with his platform. Totally just doesn't say shit that could lead to mass harassment campaigns or, you know, people wanting to kill people. No work, only dry ass P words. Absolutely. All right, we can move on to a different story. Like I said, if we find out more information about Ethan being banned, being more related to the targeted harassment, but his wife is a doctor, not a stay-at-homer. We were actually able to find a loophole in that. She actually runs her practice out of our house. Therefore, she is a stay-at-home parent while simultaneously working to upkeep on her workplace, so we can remain filthy fucking rich in case I were to actually get found out for the extreme fascist that I am and lose my platform. We're planning for a rainy day where it rains fascism upon me. The perfect clarification. Yep. Anyways, let's talk about this. I think this will be the last thing we cover. So, the MAGA communists have been circulating this, and there's a lot of people who are talking about how, the Jimmy Dore types talk about these harassment campaigns by a combination of right-wingers and people who think they're left but are also right-wingers, targeting AOC to harass her for things that she actually has no control over, at events that are for her constituents. Now, I'm just going to sit and wait as people find out who these people actually were, to find out that, of course, they're not actually members of their constituency, and you were actually doing her constituents a disservice by shouting over them. But she had the right tact, and she just kind of danced along to them.
Very classy. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Are running up the street of New York. They got some people like you. Come on, AOC, answer the question.
Like, when these people wind up getting outed or outing themselves, is anybody going to be shocked to find out that they have no say in her being elected? They're not her constituents. Thing that I pointed out a lot to the Jimmy Dore types, that like, you guys are talking about working to get her unelected from fucking California. I love her dancing too much, dancing to them so much that must have burned them up so much. Yeah. Sadly, this is someone who is now just used to being harassed by people. Maybe 2 of them are her constituents, but the other 18 are in that group aren't. Yeah. But do you know who are her constituents? The rest of these people who look very fucking annoyed and probably would have asked questions about the concerns they wanted to bring up, but she did not get the chance to answer, and her constituents did not get the chance to ask. And I got news for you. When you're someone like AOC, or someone who runs her campaigns like AOC, you do listen to your constituency. Love him or hate him, Bowman is a perfect example of that. His votes on Israel, he has said, comes from his large Jewish constituency. I'm just trying to represent the people that voted for me. Thing that fucking sucks about how this all is run. There's some people that definitely should just stay home and on Twitter because they just get in our way in the real world. Or if you're going to get out, like, do something actually fucking productive. Like, the absolute disservice that these types have done to AOC and people who are, you know, actually getting elected and actually trying to make some actual change and do some actual fucking work. I have plenty of issues with AOC. Plenty. No problem criticizing her. None. Will I go hard on her in the same way that I would go after a corporate Democrat? No. Because alongside of her bad votes, there are far more good votes. There are far more. And usually the bad votes that she participates in are things that were unanimously and bipartisan going to pass. So her vote wouldn't have made a difference anyways. Absolutely deserves to be criticized, but I'm an Iowan. She doesn't care what I think. Yeah. To the extent that, you know, we can criticize her as like indirect support. You know? But I can't call her up and tell her how to represent her constituency because I'm not them. Neither are most of these people. I guarantee you. The rest of them were sitting nicely and being like, yeah, I would like the chance to ask a question, but these motherfuckers are wasting our goddamn time. Always be critical of those in power, but keep it in relation to the severity and number of wrongs. Exactly. People have, you know, I have been arguing with myself about whether or not I was going to post this tweet thread that I made the other day. I keep it in my drafts right now, and it's related to Ukraine. I have been critical of some of the U.S. involvement in Ukraine. I have said that my position on the war in Ukraine is I am anti-war. I believe that we should all be pushing for the quickest resolution to the Ukraine conflict. And that stems from recognizing that the people that did the country, the state that did the most wrong in this is Russia. They deserve nothing in negotiations. Nothing. No war but class war. Exactly. And, you know, number of things that wound up working out in Ukraine's favor. I, like many people, thought that Russia was going to roll in, and even with U.S. U.S. weapons, they were going to get, you know, mowed over. And they didn't. In fact, they're winning. You know? First clue should have been that Russian citizens didn't support the war in the first fucking place. And now they're moving to a draft system, which is always unpopular. For a reason. For a goddamn reason. And essentially what I try to argue, and it's related to the debate that Sam Cedar had the other day with Ronald Reagan. It was very emotional. I understand, you know, Reagan's points. But I kind of sit in between them. But I lean more towards what Sam was talking about. Sam's view is that we should be putting more conditions and open conditions on these weapon sales and the aid. Now, he talked about a number of reasons why, namely aiming to get the war ended as quickly as possible. A thing I agree with, a thing I just said. But there's also another factor to it. This is where I say a lot of people on the left, they look at everything as black and white. It's not as simple as just us providing weapons and aid to this country for war. Without those weapons and aid, Ukraine would have gotten mowed over, most likely. But they didn't. So, considering what Russia did was bad, invading the country, we can talk about all the weird encouragement that went on from Ukraine, while at the same time recognizing that this has been a long-standing plan that Putin wanted to do, and that it serves it. Like, honestly, this war makes no sense. There's no strategic advantage to them taking Ukraine except for expanding the size of Russia. A lot of things that went on. No one is without some amount of fault, but there is definitely someone with more fault than others. These are not along a black-white thing. It's along a spectrum. The tweet that I have hazarded to get out is regarding this, where I have said, where I typed out that it's not as simple as good, bad. If you support the U.S. Giving the weapons, it's just good. So calling into questions conditions is pro-Russian and terrible, like a lot of libs like to do. That's not the case. Saying that there should be more open conditions to it is not anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia in that same regard. Because the thing that people need to recognize is the world is 3D. The world is 3D. There are not just two states affected by this, two groups of people. And none of these people are inherently evil, inherently good. People are flawed. World leaders they make mistakes. War is hell. Bad things happen. There's a third actor in this specific circumstance. That is the U.S. and our connection to the things that happen with the weapons we sold them. How married to what happens there do we want to be? It's not as simple as America participating is bad because America bad. It's not as simple as America not participating is pro-Russia, blah, 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 blah. It's never that simple. These decisions, even by our idiots in charge, are made with a lot more care and consideration for large swaths of conditions and consequences and circumstances and possibilities than most people are willing to acknowledge. I don't want to put that out because one side will call me pro imperialist, and another side will call me pro-Russia. And I am in this weird position where I'm seeing the problem with how the left views things. And these are the types of things that you get afraid to share. That things are more complicated than people want to make it out to be. They want it to be like a comic book. This person's obviously evil, therefore. This person's obviously good, therefore. You think that Zelensky can't be responsible for some absolutely horrendous shit during a fucking war? Absolutely he can be. You know? My support for veterans is because veterans are often forced into those positions and forced to do the things that they're forced to do. And these people that you could know and support could have done absolutely heinous shit. Recognize it, regret it. Does that make them evil? Does that make them pro-imperialist? No, it doesn't. Not inherently. You know? So, it really becomes this very strange thing where I get tired of that simplistic mentality. This view that there's only two actors involved. And it's, you know, along this like wall of good, bad, this binary. Rather than what it actually is, a spectrum. War is inherently bad, no matter how justified. Why? Not only do people die, not allowing for them to have the chance to redeem themselves or to change their goddamn minds, but there are always people who die who have nothing to do with this shit. Who are just wanting to live their goddamn lives. Who are caught in the crossfires. There's always civilian deaths in war. Always. How connected does the US want to be if the Ukrainian military does something that is incredibly heinous with the weapons that we sold them? That is why I agree with Cedar that providing more conditions is a good idea. It's protection. It's protection. I'm obviously not nationalist. You know, I don't want there to be, I don't give a shit about this country as far as, like fucking, capitalism fails, blah, 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 blah. Of course. But like, I live here, my family's here, and being connected to that sort of shit, all that's going to do is lead to more terrorist groups. And the amount of support that they can build can be directly attached to the amount of egregious activity that happened to justify why people should join said cause. I'm not saying it should be it should all be returned at after an armistice. Yeah, something like that, like something that's just like thinks about. Yeah, it's so fucking weird that anybody has to say war is bad. Yeah. Like, this is like long-term protection of the people of this country who wind up also being the people that dragged into this war. 9/11 showed that. Any terrorist attack shows that. Because they don't go after the big government actors that actually made these decisions, they go after people like you and me. Those were the people that fucking died on 9/11. Those are the fucking people that died at the first attack on the fucking Twin Towers when they blew up that van. Those are the people that suffer. So while I also hold the stance that you don't glorify any nation, especially nations at war with each other, you be very careful about that and recognize obviously there's one that's, morally right more than another. Hey, invading another country's sovereignty and trying to take it over is a inherently bad thing. Absolutely not a moral good, and defending yourself from that is inherently a good thing, but war itself as a whole is a bad thing to exist. I'm not going to be putting any Ukraine flags on my Twitter bio, nor am I going to put any Russian ones because I don't support, I don't support the actions of war. I support people defending themselves and their sovereignty and their autonomy. But I'd rather not have the war. And I worry about us not attaching conditions leading to a prolonging of the war. I understand also the wording of saying negotiations, that Ukraine should negotiate with Russia. And I said it earlier. What I mean by that? Russia gets nothing. In fact, the negotiations should be with Russia backed up by a number of the countries that are supporting Ukraine in aid, to create a power force against Russia. How much Russia is going to get some form of, we'll call it punishment. How targeted it's going to be. That should be the negotiation. How much is this war going to cost you, Vladimir Putin? How much is this going to cost your state because you and the actors slightly beneath you push this? That is what I mean by negotiation. Because that's just the world we live in now. Liberation is good, but it's bad that we have to achieve it violently. We shouldn't have to. Exactly. But I'm too worried about posting it, especially right now when we're dealing with, when my family's dealing with a lot of shit. A lot of mental health issues and otherwise. But the conversation is so poisoned. It's poisoned by bad faith actors. And it's also poisoned by people who have this binary on nothing else except for what's good and bad. The world, even under socialism, even under communism, even under anarchy, whatever future belies us, is still going to operate along a spectrum of good and bad. Anarchists talk about unjust hierarchies. There are going to be people that can make good cases for why a certain hierarchy is unjust, that more people will see as just. And that's a decision that you guys have to come to. And you might have to agree to just let go certain things that you agree, yes, are bad, but it's ultimately good. Life is never simple. It's incredibly complicated. And it's absolute baby logic to pretend that these things work along a binary. Sort of like the people who blindly support China. Hey, you agree that most of the things that China does is bad? Then you shouldn't support them. that doesn't mean you support the U.S. either. You recognize the good and the bad from it all. You weigh these things out. Is China bad? There's a lot of bad things that they do. Is it imperialist? Is it only imperialist when the U.S. does it? No. China can be imperialist too. In fact, they have been. Is what Russia's doing imperialist? Yes. That is the very definition of imperialism. Bakunin and Kropotkin both said, in regards to boots, ask the bootmaker. They're fine with hierarchies as long as they're justified. Anarchism and communism only dovetail on the method of achieving a stateless, classless, moneyless society, but their goals are the same. But there's going to be like fringe cases where you're going to have to eat a little bit of shit in order to do something that's worthwhile. That's just how decision making works. You know? Good example. Fucking Matt Walsh brought up cancer and cancer treatment. You know? Chemo. Chemo acts as like essentially a poison on the human body to suppress the immune system and destroy the cancer tissue. It's why people get sick, why they vomit everywhere, why they lose their hair why they lose their hair. They lose their hair from chemo, not from cancer. It's to suppress it down, make it either manageable or small enough to remove, or shrink it down to nothing and put it in remission. You still have the possibility of it coming back, but it's suppressed down to where it doesn't grow at all. You know, until it does, of course. So, all the punishment that the human body goes through from chemo. Is chemo bad? I'm asking you, is chemo bad? Using the same logic that people use to say, oh, Russia good, it's not imperialism, Ukraine good, you know, because, you know, imperialism is being acted upon them. Chemo is fucking wild to think about. You're getting radiation shot at you, not to gain dope ass superpowers, but to basically that's radiation. Radiation therapy is different. So like there's two ways to go about it: radiation and chemo. Chemo, you're getting chemicals pumped into you. Radiation is where they're doing like a targeted radiation to destroy the cancer. Like, I know less about radiation therapy than I do chemo. So, like, if I fail, and I will admit that I'm still surface level on understanding chemo. But, like, you know, someone would say, well, if it makes you feel like shit, it makes your hair fall out. If you know, it causes you harm, causes you not to be able to eat, causes you to lose weight, that it's bad. But the purpose of it is to do a thing that ultimately prolongs your life in the hope that, and it doesn't also always work. That's also another bad thing about chemo. It doesn't always work. It's one of the better treatments that we have for especially cancers that can't be operated on. So considering all the damage it does to you, all you have to go through, all the pain, because yeah, it makes your body fucking hurt too. All of that. Is chemo bad? No. This is the frustrating logic that I have with a lot of lefties. Well-meaning. You guys are very well-meaning too. That's the thing that hurts the most, is you're very well-meaning. It's hard for me to want to disagree with you and deal with that sort of shitstorm. Because it can go to those places. But like, someone needs to get you to focus on something smarter. Something that takes a little bit more analysis. Take a little bit of time. I'll agree. I will agree. Supplying a war, probably bad. But don't the conditions kind of matter? Did we want to really just let Ukraine become a part of Russia? I don't know. I don't think so. Is it what I want to see happen? No. But sometimes those sorts of things, sometimes you need to pump the body with chemicals that harm you in the hopes to get rid of the thing that will kill you. But much like chemo, it shouldn't go on forever. It should be understand how these things work. Chemo is good because it eliminates the thing that's going to kill you, but it harms you in the process. It makes you weaker, it makes you sicker. So, I still don't know if I'm going to post that thread. But that's an issue that people like this will bring up. Oh, she supports sending endless amounts of money and weapons to fucking Ukraine. And like, right-wingers are wholly on the side of Russia. Because Putin is their strongman idol. Except don't let them meet him in person and discover how fucking short he is. Oh, wait. Actually, he's 5'3". Oh, hey, we can do the math here. I learned how to do this. He's 168 centimeters. Okay, so 68 divided by 2.54. So he's 66. 66 inches. Divided by 12 is roughly around 5'5" or so. I forget how to get this all to, well, if you round up, this would be 5'5". He's short. Short dude. But he's their strongman hero. So that's why right-wingers love him. He's what they wanted Trump to be. Ignoring the fact that if you actually, have people who are inside of Russia reporting outwards, you find out that he doesn't have the control that you think he does. He's not the strongman that you think he is. A lot of it's pretend. That's why right-wingers support him. The fake lefties who support him support him for the same exact reasons. And they try to use that as a bludgeon against people like AOC who vote for Ukrainian aid. Like I said, is that a simple decision to make? No, it's not. It's not as simple as you're keeping the war going. I mean, then yes, the U.S. needs to attach more conditions that encourage a quicker end to the war. That's your chemo. You think Ben goes around the house making grabby hands at his wife and demands uppies? I think Putin does. If it is true that Ben Shapiro is 5'9", he's not that short. He's obviously shorter than me, but, you know. He would also call me a feminized man. Although if you look at his beard, that's also a problem. God, it looks gross. Looks like a child duct taped pubes to his face. Having a baby face isn't so fun when you're trying to challenge the stereotype of you not looking like a Ubermensch, huh? It's a problem. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if I'm going to post that. 5'9" is about 2 inches taller than me, but I'm still taller than Ben. I really question the height thing. I really question how tall he really is. There's that clip going around of him having this guy be like, oh, you know, I'm 5'9". Are you really 5'9"? And standing up against him and then they're the same height. But like, that could have been a plant because right-wingers are known to do that. They like their Ubermenches, don't they? I have gone on too long. I'm 6'1". Me too. Me too. All right, any last minute subs? I didn't shill as much as I should have, of course, or any donos to help us with paying some bills. Be greatly appreciated. Because we're going to find somebody to raid because I have gone way over. And I think I'm going to return the favor from Wednesday. And we're going to raid Zach App, who I discovered I was not following before I started the stream. And I corrected that mistake. Zach seems like a nice dude. So, give it a second. If people want to sub, we're 9 subs away from the goal for today that we'd like to hit. Or you can donate. Donating, also cool. Money is good and necessary. And I hate that it is. Just stretching my shit out. Oh god. Oh man. But let's see here. Excuse me. Hey, while we're waiting for that, why not follow me on social media, especially my TikTok? I'm trying to hit 1,000 subs so I can stream there too. Expanding the market, as it were. Always good. Always good. And when we start the raid, which I'm going to start it in just a second, why don't you take this bad boy and post it in Zach's chat. Here, I'm going to go ahead and start the raid because it looks like everybody's strapped for cash, and I understand. I completely understand. I'm strapped too. This inflation is a fucking nightmare, ain't it? But you guys, you have a wonderful day. I really do appreciate all of you being here. This was a good stream. I've been having a little bit more fun lately ever since, you know, I've been able to have Eli go off to the babysitters instead of constantly being distracted by him. It's difficult to stream with a 2-year-old in the background wanting your attention. It is. So yeah, enjoy Zax, and we'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Have a wonderful Friday.
Amazing. That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing. 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 That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing.
Back in the camp, the preparations are ramping up.
It's quite high, actually.
Hey, Mark
We
Monkey.
are in one of the treehouse.
Thank you for the raid. Right now we have a video about Germany and how they're doing fucking extractivism of coal, sadly. While in chat debating about fucking, actually not debating, what are we doing? We're just saying